Heartfulness meditation is centered on the heart and aided by the transmission of a subtle energy that helps us experience ever more refined states. The meditation is complemented by a process of getting rid of mental impressions and patterns that influence our habits, tendencies, and behavior in ways we do not even know. This approach has the potential for an unlimited expansion of consciousness. To use an analogy, if our consciousness is viewed as a window into existence, heartfulness meditation can help expand that window from a tiny peephole to an ever-expanding field of view. However, no matter how wide the view, it would be hampered if our window was stained or unclear. So the clearing of impressions helps keep the window clean. You are welcome to try the heartfulness practice and see if it works for you.
The burning issues of modern days: pollution, water problems, the ice melting on the southern pole and northern pole, carbon dioxide emission.
I have this one particular graph which shows the CO2 variations over the past 400,000 years. So the CO2 variations are like a ECG, it just keeps going up and down, up and down. And then suddenly there's this last 150, 200 years, like a tiny period of time where it goes like woof off the charts. You might as well think that it's a glitch.
While the situation may seem grim, but satellite imagery shows that there is enough place on Earth to plant 1 trillion additional trees. These can sequester enough carbon dioxide to keep climate change under control. Forests by Heartfulness is an initiative of the Heartfulness Institute to nurture, protect, and conserve endangered ecosystems and encourage biodiversity. Interventions initiated by Forests by Heartfulness do not start with planting trees, but begin by first addressing the irrigation needs of the land.
Collecting the water in the ponds, then how we are using it back. All these works studied at the ground. We see, observe where water is running, where most erosion is happening, so where we need to make a resistance.
The Forests by Heartfulness team also pays special attention to enriching the soil.
We put a lot of effort to enrich the soil. We followed, very scientific approach.
So the activated biochar also will be there, and which will help in provide the nutrient to the plant whenever the plant need. Because what all the organic matter and the nutrient or the fertilizer available in the soil, it just absorb and keep it like a bank.
After the irrigation and soil requirements are managed, expertise is also needed in choosing the tree species to be planted.
They all say grow trees, grow plants, what to grow. There is hardly any information. At least as a thumb rule, you grow indigenous plant species.
Forests by Heartfulness is nurturing saplings of indigenous species at 18 sites across India. For every plantation, the Forests by Heartfulness team of experts comes up with a customized list of endemic tree species to be planted. A host of parameters are kept in mind before coming up with this list. The species' adaptability to local conditions, their value in terms of increasing biodiversity, their carbon sequestration properties, their value for local communities, their medicinal value, their nitrogen-fixing properties, etc. Once the tree species have been identified, how to plant them also needs expert guidance.
Banyan tree next to a people tree, if you're putting them next to each other, there will be a lot of competition and both of them are not going to grow to their full potential. At Forest by Heartfulness, we suggest that if you're planning to make a forest patch, we can help you do that by talking to you about the right species to be grown next to each other.
And after the trees have been planted, Forests by Heartfulness also helps set up an aftercare team to look after the trees.
We should not let them be on the mercy of nature. Human intervention is required. We have to provide the environment for them to flourish.
The Forests by Heartfulness team is a mix of volunteers and experts, and testament to the efficacy of their methods is the transformed landscape of Kanha Shanti Vanam. This campus has regularly been awarded the Harita Haram Award by the Telangana government for its greening activities. Under the guidance of Heartfulness Guide Daaji, Forests by Heartfulness has also partnered with the Madhya Pradesh government in an ongoing project to create mini forests around the state. This effort has been appreciated by the Honorable Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh.
मैं परम पूज्य कमलेश जी पटेल जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। ये काम आपके मार्गदर्शन में हो रहा है और आज मैं मध्य प्रदेश की तरफ से आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। आपने मध्य प्रदेश को एक नई प्रेरणा दी है वृक्षारोपण की, इसके लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
Forests by Heartfulness has also partnered with many organizations and institutions to create patches of forests. The goal of the initiative is to plant at least 30 million native endemic trees across India by 2025. If you too are worried about climate change and want to do something for the betterment of the planet, you are welcome to come and participate in the initiative.
I feel so light, relaxed, and the atmosphere here is so like, as soon as I entered the premises, it was just I was surrounded with positivity, which is what everyone needs in their life.
This campus, Kanha Shanti Vanam, presents a model of holistic living.
जो मैंने हृदय के अंतरतल से, हृदय के अभ्यंतर से जो अनुभव किया कि यहाँ पर योग और अध्यात्म की मूल आत्मा है।
What I have seen has absolutely blown me away. What I'm seeing here is a community that would be envy of any community in the world. It is so incredibly beautiful, firstly. the beauty of its architecture, schools, auditoriums, libraries, the landscaping, the integration between nature and buildings. There is just something breathtaking about the way it's been done, and in an ecologically friendly and sustainable way.
So for me, I think this place resonates with a lot of positivity. I've been here in the last year maybe about 8 to 10 times, and the longing to come back here is quite higher than the number of times I've actually come here.
ये शांतिवनम बाबूजी की सीख का जीता जागता उदाहरण है।
This place is open to all. It's not only for the members of this organization, but those who like to meditate, those who like to explore this inner spirituality and experience it. Even if you are meditating for the first time and say, "Oh, I don't know how to meditate," here we can teach you how to meditate and go inside. And again, I cannot emphasize more on this, that it is all free.
Kamlesh Patel, affectionately known as Daaji, Heartfulness Guide, is leading a worldwide movement to make free meditation training available to all. With the help of 16,000 volunteer trainers and over 10 million practitioners in 160 countries, Daaji has transformed many lives. In his books and talks, he shares deep insights into successfully integrating one's spiritual and material life. Daaji is also guiding volunteers to conduct research and innovation in the fields of ecology, agriculture, medicine, education, well-being, and the arts. Among the many initiatives he has pioneered are the creation of a model community and one of the world's largest meditation spaces at Kanha Shanti Vanam near Hyderabad, India. An initiative to plant 30 million native and endemic trees across India by the year 2025. A free app to provide meditation training with a trainer 24/7. Training for grassroots social workers in the best practices in the fields of agriculture, health, wellness, and education. Spreading awareness about yoga and Ayurveda and their health benefits. In recognition of his contribution to society, the Government of India awarded Daaji the Padma Bhushan, one of India's highest civilian honours. Daaji has also been a strong advocate for interfaith harmony and unity, and the coming together of all religions and spiritual traditions. Under his guidance in 2024, Heartfulness and the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, organized the Global Spirituality Mahotsav, bringing together over 500 spiritual leaders and over 100,000 participants from across the globe. It was a landmark event where everyone came together to promote world peace through inner peace. Under Daaji's guidance, Heartfulness is collaborating with the local governments in 36 forestation projects across 8 states in India, covering 10,000 acres of degraded land. Heartfulness volunteers have conducted value-based education workshops and cognitive development training for over 250,000 students worldwide. Daaji's contribution to the welfare of humanity has also been recognized by the Commonwealth.
As Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, I am proud and honored to bestow on you the title of Global Ambassador for Peace Building and Faith in the Commonwealth.
भाई कमलेश जी, जो हम सब पूजनीय दाजी के रूप में ही जानते हैं, जो काम मानवता के लिए किया है वो वाकई अद्भुत है।
Namaste, and a very good morning to all respected guests and delegates of the conference on laying a foundation for the sustainable green revolution from India to the world. It is our privilege to have so many respected persons from this field here at Kanha Shanti Vanam among us, and we are absolutely delighted to have you here with us. Our world is facing significant challenges today. With the population of the world approaching 10 billion people by 2050, the need to find effective solutions to feed this growing population within the challenges presented by climate change and in a way that protects our environment has become absolutely critical. This is a very special occasion here at the conference where people have come together from different parts of the world to engage in an active dialogue focused on generating real action to bring about a transformation for the benefit of humanity. We all share a strong desire to make a positive impact. We have in common the high value we place on collaborating with like-minded partners and the focus on making an impact combined with the perseverance to find a way and overcome the many challenges involved with such a higher purpose makes this conference very special. India has a unique opportunity to step up its leadership role in spearheading this new green revolution and showing the way to the rest of the world, both in the new technologies and in the collaborative practices that will help to achieve this critical task. Over the next 2 days, we will be together in a great first step in a very productive and effective path towards realizing this transformational purpose. We once again welcome all of you to the inaugural session of the conference. And to set the context and deliver the welcome address, I would now like to invite Ms. Pragya Kalia, MD Plasma Waters India, to do the same.
Thank you, Darshwinder. Hearty pranams to all of you. A very good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear friends. First of all, let me thank all of you to take out time and attend this conference. It is with immense honor and heartfelt joy that I welcome each of you to the inaugural session of our conference, laying a foundation for a sustainable green revolution from India to the world. Today is not just a gathering, it is a powerful commitment to nurturing sustainable agricultural practices that will transform India and inspire initiatives across the globe. We are deeply privileged to have this great organization, Heartfulness Institute, led by a visionary leader who breathes every moment in the service of humanity. His leadership has ignited the spirit of countless individuals, encouraging to expand their horizons and embrace a deeper connection with nature. The transformation of this very land where we are all seated today, from barren to a lush oasis, is a testament to his unwavering dedication to nurturing life and fostering harmony. His steadfast support for initiatives that enhance our environment has elevated our collective approach to sustainability. Through his enthusiastic embrace of plasma waters, he has become an invaluable ambassador for our technology, inspiring us all to dream even bigger. Ladies and gentlemen, with love-filled hearts, let us thank Revered Daaji, the Global Guide of Heartfulness and the President of SRCM, for all his support that he has been extending to technologies like plasma waters, like as if the whole thing is his own. And I think that sense of ownership is commendable. And we all, on behalf of Plasma Waters, I really express my deep gratitude to him. Unfortunately, he's not able to join today because he's not keeping well, but he has sent his good wishes to all of us. And if all goes well with his health, he may join us tomorrow. Now, it is very important to share why we chose Kanha Shanti Vanam. A lot of people asked me, why did we choose Kanha Shanti Vanam? Most of the conferences, people are quite used to having in different hotels and in cities like metro towns like Bombay and Delhi. Choosing Kanha Shanti Vanam, which is the global headquarters of Heartfulness Institute, as the venue for this conference is not merely symbolic. It reflects our shared values and commitment to sustainability. This extraordinary sanctuary is home to a tissue culture lab dedicated to preserving endangered and extinct species of plants, herbs, and trees. Here, innovative practices such as hydroponics and aeroponics flourish alongside organic methods like biochar and vermicompost, all nurtured in a harmonious, chemical-free environment. The vibrant rainforest and thriving mega nursery stand as living proof of our respect for nature and our dedication to a sustainable future. We are honored to have key dignitaries with us today. Some of them are on the way as I speak, but let me continue and welcome them. So we have Dr. Sean and today joining us, and then Dr. Victor, who will be joining us tomorrow. They are the two global program directors at ICRISAT. We have Mr. PVS Suryakumar, the former managing director of NABARD. That's one of the apex rural banking and development bank for India. Their insights will illuminate our discussions on innovative agricultural practices and inspire us to think beyond conventional boundaries. I would like to give special recognition to Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav, National Principal Investigator and Principal Scientist at ICAR, who has come from, I would say he represents both Pusa Road, Delhi as well as Karnal. Dr. Sangeeta Yadav, she is the Principal Scientist from ICAR, Delhi, for their valuable contributions to the ongoing plasma water study. They are here with us and they are going to significantly contribute because we will have some presentations from them tomorrow and panel discussion. I've also welcomed Dr. Sunita Chaudhary from ICRISAT, whose expertise in technical tests is crucial to our mission. We also extend our gratitude to our key enabler and inspirer, Sri Anil Kumar SG, who's, as I speak, delivering a lecture in ISB Mohali and joining us tonight. So you will all hear him tomorrow. He's the founder and CEO of Samunnati. Dr. Sairam Reddy, the CEO, founder of Urban Kisoon. You will hear him today. All these gentlemen and ladies, I owe it to them for their relentless commitment to advance sustainable farming in this nation. We are delighted to welcome Sri Ram Raghavendra, Brother Saurabh, Arjun, Dr. Ramakrishna Malela from Heartfulness, along with their very, very dedicated Heartfulness team who have been supporting us ever since we started Plasma Waters trial in this campus. And it's been almost 1.5 years that we have been working with this team very, very closely. This collaboration is a vital thread in the tapestry of our vision for a sustainable green revolution. Additionally, I would also like to acknowledge all the directors of top 50 farmer producer companies in India. They are the lighthouse FPOs of also Samunnati, who represent millions of Indian farmers. Each FPO, who's a lighthouse FPO, has an average membership base of 1,000 odd farmers. Some are even more. They represent millions of Indian farmers. I also welcome the directors of leading agri enterprises. Your dedication shapes the future of farming in our nation. Your stories, your wisdom, and your unwavering spirit are the lifeblood of our mission. Together, we can pave the way for sustainable practices that uplift our communities and nourish the world. I'm extremely excited to share that we have the Plasma Waters Board and Global Leadership Team here with us today. And they're on the way. You will very soon see those gentlemen walking in. So their participation is crucial as we work together to unleash the potential of this great nation, leading the path to a sustainable green revolution to realize our vision, that is innovation with purpose. So let me introduce the chairman of the board, Mr. Ini, our global CEO, Mr. Robert Hart, who's present here, our founder and CIO, Mr. Alfredo Zolesi, on his way, board member Brian, he's all on his way, our CFO, Jose Ignacio, he's here with us, the CRO, Mr. Jerry Suchovicki, he's also here, and the country manager of Chile, Hakeem, who's also here present, and my entire dear, very hardworking, lovely Plasma Waters India team. Your leadership and passion are crucial as we navigate this transformative journey towards a brighter agricultural future. So once again, I really thank you all for being here today, united in purpose and spirit. Together, let us embark on this inspiring journey, moving forward with hope, determination, and a shared commitment to a sustainable future. Over to Dashwinder to take this program further.
Thank you, Ms. Kalia. So today, we are present here at the global headquarters of Kanha Shanti Vanam global headquarters of Heartfulness, which is Kanha Shanti Vanam. And the Heartfulness Institute is all about meditation at the core of its presence in the world. We are very happy that all of us today would be now led through a practical experience of the Heartfulness meditation, for which it is my privilege to invite to lead us through the meditation Dr. V. Ramakanta. I'd like to introduce Dr. V. Ramakanta to all of us. He is the director of the Forests by Heartfulness initiative and has served a very long and distinguished career with the Indian Forest Services, taking the work of forestry across the nation. He has been instrumental in what you see around you in Kanha Shanti Vanam, doing all the projects under the guidance and vision of revered Daaji. He will be leading us through the Heartfulness meditation session. We will first go through a process of heartful relaxation. As we find our body is becoming relaxed, the mind finds it easier to settle down, and then we lead gradually into the heartfulness meditation practice. I would like to introduce the process of heartfulness meditation so that when we move into the meditation, we will know what to do. The method of meditation in heartfulness is very simple. We sit, and as we will complete the heartfulness relaxation, we will gently take our attention to the heart and begin with the supposition that the presence of divine light is already there within my heart. The source of this divine light in the heart is attracting my attention inwards, and I am going deeper into the source of the light. We may find that our mind goes into different thoughts, which is very natural because that's the function of the mind. So if we find ourselves going into any train of thought, we do not fight or resist it. We very simply bring our attention back to the heart, reminding ourselves that we are meditating on the source of the divine light in the heart. So each time the mind goes somewhere, we very gently and simply bring it back to the heart. So this is the simple practice of heartfulness meditation. So now we invite one and all to sit very comfortably, and I request Dr. Ramakanta to lead us through the meditation session. So if you're all ready, may we begin? So let us sit comfortably. I will request everyone to please ensure that mobile phones are switched off so that there is no disturbance for either ourselves or to the ones who are sitting with us. Along with the process and the method, it becomes simpler and more effective if we have a very gentle and prayerful attitude while we are meditating. So let us gently close our eyes. Take a long deep breath in and very gently let go. Take another long deep breath in very gently release the breath. Bring your attention to both feet. You may gently wiggle your toes, helping the feet to relax. We now invite the healing energy from the earth to enter through the feet, relaxing each part of the body as it moves through it. Feel the relaxation in the soles of the feet, heels and ankles. Feel the healing energy rise upwards, moving through the legs, relaxing the calf muscles, knees, upper legs, to the waist and hips, the lower part of the body is now relaxed. Gently bring your attention to the lower back. Feel the presence of the energy. Relax the entire lower back area. Rising to the upper back. The entire back is now relaxed. Gently bring your awareness to the front of the body. Feel the deep relaxation in the stomach and abdominal area. Feel the energy rise to the chest. Deeply relaxing the entire chest area. Feel your shoulders becoming loose and relaxed, almost melting away. Feel the healing energy move into the arms. Relaxing the upper arms. elbows, forearms, palms and fingers, to the fingertips. Both arms are now relaxed. Feel the energy rise through the neck, relaxing the neck muscles. To the face, the relaxation in the jaw muscles, lips and tongue, cheeks, eyelids and eyebrows. Feel the muscles of the forehead becoming relaxed. To the top of the head. The entire body is now relaxed. Gently scan your system from the toes to the top of the head, inviting the healing energy to relax any part where you feel a tightness or tension. The body is now still. And the mind is calm. Gently bring your awareness to your heart. The source of the divine light is already present deep within the heart. It is attracting our attention inwards, towards itself. Feel yourself move deeper into the source of the divine light. If you find your attention drifting to other thoughts, simply let them be, like clouds passing across the sky. Gently bring your attention back to the heart, reminding yourself that you are meditating on the source of the divine light in the heart. Please start meditation. That's all. Let us remain seated with our eyes closed for a few more moments. Let us observe the feeling in the heart. Stay with it for a while. We may now open our eyes. Welcome back to the conference. We are certain that everyone is feeling settled, peaceful, and relaxed. Moving ahead with the program, I now invite Dr. V. Ramakanta to speak to us about heartfulness and revered Daaji's vision on agroforestry and agriculture, along with a few other initiatives.
Thank you, Dashwinderji. Esteemed guests, delegates, speakers, and friends, at the outset, I would like to, Reverend Daaji has asked me to extend his warm greetings to each one of you, and he regrets that he is not here as he is not feeling all that well. I'm Dr. V. Ramakanta. I was a member of the Indian Forest Service, superannuated as the Principal Chief Conservator of Forests. Presently, I am functioning here as the Chairman, Forest by Heartfulness, a greening initiative very dear to Reverend Daaji. I was one of the first fortunate people to come here in the year 2016. Hyderabad, this place looks wonderful to you. Come in the month of April, May, and June, you will really feel the heat of Hyderabad, blazing heat of Hyderabad. When I came here, less than 100 trees in 400 acres of land, not even blades of grass, not an exaggeration, exposed soil, sweeping winds, the dry, hot winds. It was terrible to be here, and you wouldn't even know where you are because hardly any landmark. We had some 4 ponds. That's what I am near pond 1, 2. This is how we used to communicate with each other. Reverend Daaji was in New York, so I'm a forest officer. Only thing that I know is to grow plants, and I got an extraordinary gentleman, Mr. Sarvanan, a green thumb. He says he looks dark, so he says black thumb. We too were the first. We started growing what we know best, plants of belonging to this Deccan Peninsula, and unfortunately, many of the valuable trees like frankincense, they were not grown. Some of them were endangered like Ficus arnotiana. We started growing. Year Daaji came. Our momentum of greening really picked up from then. And one day he asked me, we should have a rainforest here. 30 odd years in the Indian Forest Service, and I happen to come from the heart of the Western Ghats. I said, that is not possible, sir. After 4 or 5 days, he calls me and says, we should have this Amazon forest here. I said, sir, not convince you. I can give you huge trees from the moist deciduous forest, as good as rainforest trees. Some leaf shedding may happen in some months, winter months, but as good. He doesn't say anything. Again, after 4 or 5 days, he says, we should have a rainforest here. What do you think? I didn't think. I used to be head of a forest academy, and all my shishyas were in good positions. I dialed them. Truckloads of plants, I brought them here. On the June 5th, 2017, we did a rainforest. It was hot. And truthfully, I'll tell you, I never thought one plant would survive, because in the rainforest, you have canopy trees, which are about 100 feet tall, and then emergent species, 80 feet tall trees, 18-story building tall. They spread out their branches. Most of the other plants are not exposed to, you may be aware, to direct sunlight. Here, we plant it. Okay. And very happy to tell you, not one species that we planted here died. Casualty is also hardly any. How did that happen? We didn't know, even I should say that they didn't know what to do. So, this exposed hard soil is also porous. Manually, you can't dig 6 inches. So, and whatever water you pour, the nutrients, they go to Patala. Just goes away. So he came out with the first hacks. Youngsters call it a hacks. We dig meter cube pits, 6 inches of cotton soil, black cotton soil, holds moisture. This is the first hacks that we did. There is a tree called Agastya, Cesponia grandiflora. If you have read Asterix comics, the druid drops a seed and out comes a tree. It grows that fast, fixes nitrogen. We grew 4 of them, and in between them, we grew these delicate plants. In essence, of course, we adapted a French technology, polluter. Now we replace it. He has replaced it with activated biochar. Mr. Sriram Raghavendra will talk about it. Is revolutionizing the forestry and the agriculture sector. 41 vice chancellors of universities were here just a couple of months ago to see and believe that what can be done with simple, innovative technologies. And many people asked him, how could you manage it? It's he who did it. I didn't. Despite me, it happened. So he says, when we meditate, our intuitive ability increases, and you come out with solutions. Much of the time we waste, should I do it? Should I not do it? Meditate, guidance comes from within. It's not just a meditation. The core principle of heartfulness is that there's a material life, there's a spiritual life. Bringing balance to life is saintliness. Don't discard material life for the sake of spiritual life, vice versa. He was also asked a question, why are you so passionate about greening? He had 2 answers. One is, he says, plants help us in our effort of elevating our consciousness. So he said, Ramakant, pack this campus with plants. Now he asked me to do it with me, in the sense, me and our team. We have a big team. We have 3 PhD taxonomists, etc. All across India, we are taking up greening initiatives. in partnership with private sectors, etc. So he says plants help us in elevating our consciousness. It's wonderful. In my quest for seeking purpose for life, I had been thinking, I've read a lot of saintly people. They all talk about the benefits of forests, plants, rivers, etc., nature. But he comes out with this thing that they help us also in elevating our consciousness. This is one thing. And while walking one day, he was saying, if I have billions and billions of dollars, I'll put them all in growing plants. So it's not just the forestry. We have organic farms. Then I'm confidently, I can tell you, most of you, nay, not even one of you can tell me 5 critically endangered plants of India. I'm sure. A tiger population dwindles, all of us know, because charismatic plants, but plants go away. We are a mega biodiversity country, and a whole lot of plants are dying away. There is one jamun, sweet and sour, found only in Kerala, less than 100 in number. You go to Tamil Nadu, a jamun, Syzygium Singampattianam, near Singampatti, Kalakad Mundandare. It's a shrub, red, beautiful, edible fruit. Come to Karnataka, Syzygium canerens, not found elsewhere on planet Earth. Come to Andhra Pradesh, Syzygium, a jamun, alternifolium, found only in Tirupati, Tirumala hills and nowhere else on planet Earth. And their number dwindling. Many of them, trust me, there is one species of tree, a Rudraksha, the beads, the saints of India have the holy people, the beads they wear. Elaeocopper, there are many species. One species found only 3 trees left on earth. One mother tree huge and 2. And we are trying. When I said all these things, Daaji said, very perturbed. And he said he created a state-of-the-art tissue culture laboratory, found Dr. Sairam Reddy and his Shishya, who has done his postdoc from Israel. And we have 2 of that. There are 3 trees in India, in Tamil Nadu, in Salem district. We have 2 of them growing in our tissue culture laboratory. So this, I'm asked to speak less. So it is abrupt. I would like to interact with all of you. When you have fine time, we'll be happy to accompany you wherever there's a yatra garden, a representation of there is chakras, a Hrudaya chakra, Atma chakra, Agni chakra, Jala chakra. We don't go here, Vishuddhi, and there is a yatra within, a journey within, and then that each chakra has a color. Don't have to believe at all. Meditate and you will feel that. A garden is there. There is an asana mandala in a British, Scottish person. An American said, I am an expert on Vedic math and I create temple out of trees. I said, how long will you be here? 11 days. He had come for transcendental meditation. Within 11 days, we could create a asana mandala in the nursery here. Have a tour of it. Pragya ji will be calling me, I'm sure, to accompany you in your tours. Have a wonderful seminar, wonderful stay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakanta, for that lovely introduction of heartfulness and how the practices of heartfulness can lead from an inner transformation to be able to transform the world and the environment outside. We are very happy and privileged to have among us the special guest for today, Dr. Sean Mays, the Global Research Program Director for Accelerated Crop Improvement at ICRISAT. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Sean's expertise lies in genetic diversity and germplasm characterization of various crop plants, focusing on marker-assisted selection for genetic enhancement. He has been actively involved in projects on wheat, oil palm, African rice, Bambara groundnut, winged bean, and many other crops. He is with us today as the special guest, and now it is my privilege to request him to please come and speak to us.
Thank you and good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today, and it's a really interesting conference lineup that you have. I'm Sean Mays. My background is really in crop genetics, largely on tropical crops, although I spent most of my time in the UK. I'm now looking after accelerated crop improvement at ICRISAT. So ICRISAT is basically one of a network of international research centers focused on agriculture. And ICRISAT in particular is focused on the dry lands. And I think, as we can all appreciate, the issues in the dry lands are becoming more and more serious. And certainly in India last year, the temperatures were significantly above pre-industrial averages. And I think we're going to see more and more, particularly with erratic weather, unpredictable crop seasons. And I think one of the things that we really need to be looking at is solutions which are relatively simple and can be scaled out. And I think that that's one of the key things. Personally, I'm focused very much around genetic improvement. We look at millets, we look at groundnut, we look at pigeon pea and also chickpea. But that takes time. And even with the techniques we have now, particularly in terms of genomics, but also speed breeding, it still takes time. And then we have to go through modification, registration, release, and making seeds available to the farmers. So I think one of the key things that we're going to need in the next 5 to 10 years are relatively simple technologies in management and agronomy, which allow us to bridge some of that gap that's going to be needed in terms of consistent production, while some of the newer genetics are becoming along. And I think as well, it's pretty generally acknowledged within the CGIAR system, which is the network, that while the Green Revolution really made a big difference, and particularly in India made a big difference in terms of food production, it has left a number of legacies. And as has been said, one of the legacies is really in terms of diversity. And I think that we really need to be thinking in a much more holistic way, so that we're not looking simply for a solution, which is a crop variety or a product or some input, but we're looking at the whole system, because unless we look at the whole system, it becomes very difficult to understand what needs to be done to be sustainable. And certainly in a number of areas now, things like water use, particularly aquifer use, are not sustainable. We need to find alternatives. We need to find more intelligent ways of using water. But in addition to that, I think we also need to think much longer term, and obviously government and policy is a part of that. We got involved with Plasma Waters really because they came to us with their new technology. And it was an interesting but simple technology in the sense that obviously if you're treating seed or potentially irrigating, then it's something that could be easily scaled. And one of the things we have been doing, and one of the things I think ICRISAT does quite well, is to look at technologies and actually provide an independent assessment of how well they work or how well they don't work. And tomorrow, my colleagues will be giving a more in detailed talk about that and the results that have come out of that. But it's quite clear that certainly in terms of seed priming, the plasma water technology really does make a difference. And I think that's really quite an important potential step forward in terms of ensuring crop production and future production, while we try to move to a much more sustainable and diverse system, which will take some time, I think. Part of that, often in many countries, and we work quite a lot in Africa, is in terms of regenerating soils. One of the problems with many soils in Africa in particular is they're very mineralized, they don't have very much organic matter. And to some extent, the Green Revolution has enforced that because of the assumption that you can take artificial nitrogen and it will fully compensate for what was happening in the soil beforehand. And there's a big research area now opening up in terms of understanding the interactions within the soil. And it's very complex in terms of what bacteria and fungi are in there and how they interact with plants. And particularly how, in effect, there has been a plant support network that has evolved over millions of years. And I think one of the things that has happened with monoculture and particularly intensive agriculture, it has started to break that apart. And I think we need to understand it better to be able to go back to it. So I think the future of agriculture, and even within the CGIAR centres, is recognised as being something that has to be diverse, it has to be sustainable, it has to be economically viable. And more, it's also being recognised it has to be nutritious in terms of the crops we use and the products we make. And obviously the food system at the moment is generating a lot of significant problems, particularly in terms of non-communicable diseases. And we really need to be rethinking about how do we pull all of those parts together as a system. And once that system is developed, and it will be different in different places, how do we maintain that so that the food is available, but equally the farmers have income, hopefully more income than they had before, and also that we can sustain this long term. So ICRISAT has been around for just over 50 years now, and likelihood is we will be around for maybe another 50 years. The original aim of CGs was to hand over to the local organizations. And in India, they're very good research organizations, but we're still a long way off in some other places, particularly in parts of Africa. So I think the mission that we have is really to understand how to generate a new system, how to provide new varieties of the crops we grow, which are mainly drought tolerant, heat tolerant. In particular, pearl millet is very heat tolerant. But also, how do those work within a broader system? So we're not just focusing on single crops. And I think that's one of the key challenges of the next 10 years is we need a lot more resilience in terms of food production and agriculture without destroying the planet at the same time. And also, we need a mindset change, if you like. We need to be able to bring farmers back to farming because there is a different way of doing farming. And all of these sorts of challenges, we work with many, many partners to try and address through experimentation, through trying pilots. And it has been a very interesting process working with plasma waters. And again, my colleague will talk in more detail tomorrow about the results. But I think this is a relatively simple technology that has a lot of potential. I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered, but it's quite clear it does have an effect. And I think this symposium will be very interesting because obviously it's going to present a series of relatively straightforward technologies in terms of potential for scaling and how they might have that impact. And I think that's really one of the key things we must focus on in the next 5 years. In the longer term, we may find other ways of doing things, but in the immediate term, we face a very significant problem And any of those and many of those technologies could help us overcome some of the aspects of that problem. So from ICRISAT, the DG sends his best regards to this meeting, and you'll have colleagues here tomorrow from ICRISAT. And we've enjoyed our time working with plasma waters, and it's been very interesting scientifically. So I'm really looking forward to the talks that will happen, and I'll pass on to the next person to get the system running and started. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sean, for sharing your insights from your vast experience and about the work being done by ICRISAT. Despite not being so well, he has been kind and gracious to be present here to share his thoughts with us, and we are really grateful for that. We now have Mr. Robert Hart, President and CEO, Plasma Water Solutions Incorporated, who will come and he will be speaking to us. So it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Robert Hart to share with us the vision, the global vision of plasma waters and India's role for a sustainable future.
Thank you for the nice introduction, and I'm really glad to be here and to share my thoughts and of course also the thoughts of my team with you. So you might have heard about us, but I think it's important for all of us to understand what what plasma waters is all about, what we are as a company, and also what we are aiming to do globally, but also in India in particular. So what and who is Plasma Waters? We were founded by Alfredo Solesi, who is here, and I'm really happy to welcome Alfredo. And Alfredo founded the company more than a decade ago in Chile as an innovation laboratory to define groundbreaking innovations in many areas of industry. The company was established in Chile, and Alfredo brought this company in 2019 to the US, and from there we branched out further into other countries, for example, to Germany, and in 2022 into India. So what kind of company we are? And that is also the definition we followed, definition by Alfredo and his vision of the company. We are a purpose-driven company. We are a science-based technology company with a global reach, and we generate innovation with purpose. And most importantly, everything what we do must have a positive impact on people's life. That's why all of us, the team of Plasma Waters, the brothers and sisters of our organization, follow Alfredo's call to join Plasma Waters, and we formed this global team. All of us are driven by this purpose, and we strive to live up to these values. So what is plasma activated water? Plasma activated water, we call it PAW, is a well-known natural phenomenon, and it is well described by science and scientists, and it is described how the so-called reactive oxygen species and reactive nitrogen species act as signaling molecules for plants with huge positive effects on their growth and on their health. And as we heard, it might have also a positive impact on soil quality. What was missing was a technology unlocking the potential of power of plasma activated water for the entire agricultural value chain, and hence make its huge benefits accessible and affordable for many farmers and farmers' communities. Thanks to our founder of Plasma Waters, Alfredo Solesi, we have this technology now in our hands. But how do we produce plasma activated water? And what is the machine or the platform we do we are going to do and use in the future. So we call this platform PWG 4.0. PWG stands for Plasma Water Generator. 4.0 stands for the industrial future standard we also implemented into our platform. So that means plasma water's technology uses only a low amount of energy to transform regular water from practically any source in a continuous flow into a specific form of plasma activated water. And we call it plasmized water. That is our product we bring to the market. Based on our patented core technology, we are building not just a single device to produce plasma activated water, plasmized water. We are building a plasmized water technology platform. Tomorrow, you will see the core element of this platform, the PWG 4.0 device. Each PWG 4.0 is connected to our PWS, Plasma Waters Cloud, sorry for that. And it is modular. It is consuming low energy. It only needs a minimum of service in the field. It is easy to operate, and it collects all sorts of field data. So from the field directly, but also from the operations. And that will enable us to do a lot of data analytics in the future to come up with new solutions. Most importantly, the operator can use it like a smartphone, and software updates, for example, will be uploaded on the device into the platform via the air. So you might ask, okay, what markets are we active in? We are a global company. And why India? Currently, we address two key markets, the USA and India. Why so different markets, you might ask? Simply because they are so different. Big farms in US or US-like markets, different markets like India with small holding farms. And that is, of course, important for us to learn from both aspects of the coin. Big farms, of course, have different challenges. Small holding farms have other challenges, and we are going to address that. And India is obviously a huge agricultural market by itself. It is fast growing and can be seen as a key function for other markets as well, because India can lead the way to India-like agricultural environments. The potential to increase productivity here in India is much higher than in the US-alike markets. There is a productivity gap of around 30 to 40% to agricultural economies in the West compared to India, and that is a huge potential for all of us here, and we can address and attack that. In India, what we feel, the adoption rate of innovation and the speed to do that seems to be higher, because the need and the urge to bring innovation into the fold is imminent. And we see PWS India, our organization here, also as a launch pad for similar markets in Southeast Asia, in Africa, and maybe even in the Middle East. And Sean alluded to that, what similar problems and challenges we have in those regions. India is also a huge laboratory, not just for us, but also for other companies, which is huge crop varieties, with its many climate zones and farming practices. Hence, we have started very early on our science partnerships with ICRISAT and ICAR. Our business model for the globe, but also for India, is fairly simple. So we are not a company selling a hardware or a software tool. We provide services to farmers via our channel partners, and our services are around seed treatment and enhancement and spraying for a variety of crops to enhance the health of the plants and ultimately then the outcome, the yield of the production of the agricultural production. The farmer doesn't pay, as I said, for a product itself. The farmer and the farming community pays for a service. And that, of course, doesn't involve capital expenditure. It's just pay as you use. The production of our plasmized water is decentralized. It is close to the farmer. So that means it is decoupled from risks of a global supply chain. And we provide a stable price point for our customers and for the farmers. The technology is easy to scale due to the modular structure of the platform. It's robust and very easy to operate. And we add solutions for more and more crops as we go. So where are we today? We have done extensive field trials in the USA and here in India, proving positive impact of plasmized water on plant health and ultimately on its yield. We have built this fantastic collaboration here with Heartfulness about you will learn more today and tomorrow. Without this collaboration, we would not be here today. Many thanks to Daaji and his fantastic teams. Thank you. We have built a strong global science network with world-class institutes and universities in the United States, in Germany, and particularly here in India. ICIR and ICRISAT, I mentioned already. We have built a strong business and innovation partnership with Samunnati. We are working together with government on federal and state level, like with Uttar Pradesh and other states, and are continuously extending and strengthening those partnerships. We work together on extensive trial programs with innovative seed companies like NSL and Tata Relis. And finally, we have built, with the strong support of Samunnati, excellent relationship with many FPOs, resulting in the first contracts we are now in the process to implement as we speak. And what is next? We will strengthen and deepen our collaboration with our India science partners. We will build a strong India organization and infrastructure to get as close as possible to our business partners and the farmers and farmers communities to increase our footprint and to extend our business in the country. We will localize the production of our PWG 4.0 platform here in India to optimize costs of the services we provide to farmers and farming communities. We will add step by step new plasmized water solutions and services for the India market together with our partners based on extensive trials and science evaluations. And we will continue to live our values and aim to provide innovation with purpose every single day. And finally, what is our contribution to a new, green, chemical-free revolution? As we heard, the challenges are many and they are huge. They are very big. By 2050, 9 to 10 billion people will be on our planet. Arable land is shrinking, soil quality is degrading, biodiversity is rapidly deteriorating. I'll give you an example. So I'm, of course, from Europe. I lived in Canada. And 10 to 15 years ago, when you drove with a car, your windscreen was full of dead insects. Today, it's not the case anymore. In my home country, Germany, we have lost 70% of the insect population already. And that has impacts not just on the insects, but also on the birds, and with that also on the agriculture, pollination, and so on. So that means everything, as also we heard already, is connected. We also face long and costly innovation cycles for new crop traits. We need to bridge that. And farmers have difficulties to access new innovations rapidly, but also in an affordable way. We have vulnerable supply chains with high CO2 emissions. We, as Plasma Waters Technology and our business and collaboration model, will be part of the solution. That is what we believe and we're working on. But we cannot do this alone. Our technology cannot do this alone. What we need is strong collaboration of like-minded people and groups working in the same direction, contributing their own specific strengths. Then we can scale the adoption of technology in a big way and globally. Then we can build strong businesses and provide these benefits fairly and sustainably to many farmers and their communities. Then we create the impact, and then we make the real difference. I'm very happy and grateful that we came together here in Kanha today to foster these collaborations and to work together to make the next green revolution a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. We thank you for sharing all the wonderful work being done by Plasma Waters and the vision ahead for India as well as the world. We have a few very interesting launches lined up for all of us today. Without divulging what these are, I would now like to call upon Ms. Pragya Kalia to share more about it and lead us through the launches.
Thank you, Darshwinder. So the day has finally arrived that we are going to be actually launching. The first launch is going to be our global website. And may I call upon the entire team of Plasma Waters? Let me call the names. So Mr. Robert Hart, Mr. Inni, Mr. Alfredo, Mr. Brian, Mr. Jose, Mr. Hakeem, Mr. Jerry, and may I have Mr. Sean up on stage, Dr. Sairam Reddy, Dr. Shiv Kumar Yadav, Dr. Sangeeta Yadav. May I have all the dignitaries up on the stage, please, to help us have this launch today. This is the global website that we are launching. We already had a website, but then we decided now, because we have a very clear-cut vision and a goal to achieve around sustainable agriculture using this technology, we have relaunched, and this is a global website that is getting launched for the first time today. You will have a view of it. I request all of you to please go through it once you are in your tea breaks and also over the day today. Can I request all of you to please take the center stage? All right. May I request Sean and our chairman, Inni, to please call upon, if once you have to just say that you want to launch, and magic will happen from the above.
Maybe some background to the website. So of course we had a website 2 or 3 years ago, but I think we thought, okay, with the development over the last 1.5 years, especially in US and also in India, so we want to show how we work together, not just internally and with would say with certain partners, but how we collaborate in general. So, and you will see here, of course, a lot of our technologies and how the technology works. But what is in the center of the website is also how we work with our partners. You see testimonials, of course, from our science partners, from our business partners, but also from the farmers we work together with. For example, with the FPOs, we had the first trials, and also who are now using our platform and our services in their actual farming practices. When you scroll through the website in the future, it's www.plasmawaters.com. Very easy. You go to your cell phone or smartphone right now, you can browse through it. So you, of course, you will see a lot of information about the technology itself. So how to use it. So, and also you can really get experiences from your peers. So how they implement that. So in the future, of course, we will have updates. So what is new on the platform side of this EWG 4.0 platform and devices, but also exchanges on new services you will find, but also on, would say, examples how people use it in their practical farming day-to-day life. Yeah, okay. Yeah, of course, we have specific, that is the India page, so specifically done for India. So because India, as I said, is a key market. And I personally think also that will not be visited just from India visitors, but also from companies around India, and because they have different, or not different, they have similar challenges, and of course they are interested in what India is doing and how India approaches those challenges. And you see, you are in the forefront of this development, and to the motto of the conference, you know, the Green Revolution from India to the world, I think that is also represented in our new website here. Thank you.
Can we have the homepage of the website up on the screen for the photo op, please? Thank you, everyone. May I request Ini to please stay back for a minute? We would like to felicitate Dr. Sean. Considering his health, he may not be able to join in the second half of the session. So may I request Dr. Sean to please come up on the stage. Thank you, Dr. Sean. Thank you, Annie. Now we have a very interesting launch of Heartful Village. This is a model village concept that we have been working together, thanks to all the partners of India. And in this Heartful Village concept, I would request Dr. Sriram Raghavan to come and explain us the concept. But let me quickly tell you what we are doing. We have two governments. One is UP government and second is Gujarat government, with whom Heartfulness, Samunnati and Plasma Waters has joined hands to work together. And we wish to do a socio-economic transformation of village. So we enter the village with this model village concept, and the model village name is Heartful Village, because we want the village to be really thriving, you know, economically, socially, spiritually, emotionally. And when we come out after 1 year of intervention, we want the whole village to get transformed and become self-sustainable. So how we are going to do it? What is this model village called Heartful Village? We are going to look at first the concept that Sriram is going to take us through. Then we are going to launch Heartful Village today. And post a small tea break, I would request all of you to assemble here again, where we are going to take you through every single initiative which is going to be covered under Heartful Village. So how are we going to do it will be shared post tea break. So may I request Sriram to please take us through the concept of Heartful Village.
Good morning, everyone, esteemed guests, speakers, and dignitaries. It's my pleasure to be launching on behalf of Heartfulness Institute and our partners the concept of a Heartful Village here in this session. Can I have the slides, please? Yes. So what is a Heartful Village? And we talked about research, right? Dr. Sean talked about the multitude of research that is happening to really make agriculture better and get to the next level. But research is on one side, execution and rollout and how it actually reaches the village needs to go hand in hand, right? If this is research, then the rollout needs to come together, okay, for us, like, to really create a green revolution. And that is the concept and the backdrop, like, which the Heartful Village actually offers. Next slide, please. So for people who are here for the first time, Heartfulness Institute is about 80 years old. This is the headquarters, the global headquarters of the Heartfulness organization, Heartfulness Institute. And over 80 or 100 years when this practice of meditation has been available, provided free of charge to one and all, this has touched several million practitioners. Today, I can say that Heartfulness is probably in about 6 to 10,000, 20,000 cities, villages, and towns of India. That's the extent of reach that Heartfulness has. The next slide. So the idea or the concept of a Heartful Village started a little more than a year ago. And it started with an invitation that was extended to Heartfulness and Daaji to by the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, then Chief Minister and now the Agricultural Minister, Sri Sivraj Singh Chauhanji, okay, to, as part of Yoga Day or the run up to the Yoga Day, he invited Daaji to actually see in terms of how we can touch the villages. And that's where we ran this program called Ekatma Abhiyan. It started with the state of Madhya Pradesh. Subsequently, it's gone on to several other states. Next slide. So in about 8 weeks prior to the Yoga Day, this actually became one of the largest Yoga Day interventions across India and the world, right? So Daji gave a call on a Sunday meditation globally, and about 10,000 trainers, all volunteers, we landed up, okay, and traveled in Madhya Pradesh for a week or two, going to every village at least on 2 or 3 days and organizing meditation session. And what you all experienced today morning, giving an experience of meditation in the village, right? And this is one such example. Next slide, please. By the time the Yoga Day arrived, we had gone to about 40,000 villages in Madhya Pradesh alone. 10,000 volunteers on their time had covered the length and breadth of Madhya Pradesh. And we had touched about 1.1 crore people in the village of Madhya Pradesh, in the villages of Madhya Pradesh, right? Subsequently, this is rolled up in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, parts of Maharashtra. So this is something like, which Heartfulness, as part of its outreach program to the villages, has been doing and will continue to do. But the twist or the birth of Heartful Village came in the last 10 days when Daji himself was traveling village to village in Madhya Pradesh last June and July. And when he spoke to the farmers, his call was very, very clear. And he, I think, promised to the farming community, the rural community, that this time around, okay, Heartfulness is coming here, people are coming here. We're only teaching you meditation and we're teaching you yoga. And it's all about your well-being. But he gave a promise that in the future, the endeavor of Heartfulness Institute will not only be to bring in meditation and well-being practices, but see how we can promote livelihood. Next slide, please. And it is from that concept that Heartful Village was born. The other message of Daji, next slide. We all are quite aware of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, right? Daji's own twist and contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals is, go back please, is he says that, like, there are 17 problems that's been well captured by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Just hit the enter once, please. But what he says is these 17 represent the kind of problems that humanity and administration needs to work. But he said, I want to add one more to these Sustainable Development Goals, right? And that he calls thought pollution. How to get to a world where there is no thought pollution, right? And that is really the play, that's the contribution that Heartfulness can have, provide to the villages and to the world as such, right? And that is really like, how the development goals and meditation and well-being come together. Next slide, please. So no thought pollution, right? I mean, this has been his message. So what is the Heartful Village? Let's come to that. Really speaking, it's like the three-legged stool, right? The goal of a Heartful Village is to see how we can improve rural livelihood of farmers, of people in the village, okay, a rural livelihood, right? Which means that their crops need to grow better. They need to have better practices. They need to have better technology, okay? And the income and the food on the table, education for the children needs to improve, right? That's the underlying message, right? And this is what Daaji promised, that this is what Heartfulness will endeavor towards. But for that to happen, it's not just going to happen by itself. We see this as being driven through the emergence of a set of rural entrepreneurs, right? It could be plasma water, it could be nano urea, it could be biochar, which I lead as an initiator for the Heartfulness Institute in Samunnati, right? That there needs to be these individuals, youth, women in the villages who will become rural entrepreneurs, who will become the vehicles through which these initiatives will be taken to the villages, right? So that's to establish rural, go back please. Okay, that's to establish rural entrepreneurs, right? And in the process, when the community comes together through rural entrepreneurs, when we are bringing in uh, affordability, like, better money, like, and food on the table, like, and bringing a better life to the villagers, we believe, like, also as part of it, Heartfulness can continue to contribute in terms of yoga and meditation, right? So that's really like, the concept of a Heartful Village. Let's go through the other slides quickly. So other than meditation, for example, we also train yoga. We train people on yoga. We train ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers for maternal health, childcare. A lot of things like, that Heartfulness does. We run about 200 social impact initiatives. Next slide. So what initiatives are we talking about? When we took it to the drawing board last year, we looked at what are all the various initiatives which Heartfulness can take to the villages, right? Started with biochar, we're talking about microgreens, plasma water. We realized that this is not just, Kanha, Dr. Ramakanta said that there are so many initiatives happening in the green and agriculture and soil and water and Kanha, hydroponics, microgreens and so on, right? But we believe, like, this is not just a Heartfulness knowledge that needs to be taken out. There are organizations, ICRISAT is doing good work, ICAR is doing good work, private organizations like Plasma Water are doing fantastic work. Okay, BIF has a great research organization. Heartfulness has a lot of collaborators and partners in this ecosystem. And what Heartfulness would like to contribute or become a vehicle to take to each of the village through the Heartful Village framework, okay, or all ideas, okay, which can be taken to the villages. We will be, after the tea break, we will be going through a few of these initiatives in addition to plasma water, so that all of you get an idea of what these initiatives are. Next slide. I'll not get into details, but for example, there's a lot of research, right? Robert mentioned that plasma water has been around for 10 years. It takes a lot of research, a lot of trials, a lot of packaging, coming to the economic model before it can be taken to the village, right? And that is where many of these initiatives are. But I do hope with Heartful Village, like, and Heartfulness being one of the players, right? We're all partners in this endeavor, that we can come together and we can drive well researched, mature ideas which can be taken to farmers to create better livelihood and better life for the farmers. Next slide. So this is Heartfulness, like, we're working with ICAR, okay, we're working with a number of organizations. Now, if you'll notice here, there are research organizations here, ICAR, ICRISAT and others. And there are also execution partners. Arvind Mills, with whom we are working on driving biochar, works with 50-60,000 farmers. Pratibha Syntex works with 30,000 organic farmers. Right? Samunnati works with about 6,700 farmer producer organizations with access to about 2.5 million farmers. So Heartfulness has access to villages, but these organizations also can help the outreach, so that when there are good ideas, we can take it to the market and we can actually have farmers benefit from this, right? So that's the concept of a Heartful Village. I'm glad that today we are launching Heartful Village, but with working with all of you together, the idea is that how can we use such vehicles to take really good ideas, right? Which can breakthrough ideas, down to village and actually get it implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sriram, for that lovely clarification on what is Heartful Village. So, friends, let me conclude with this. We will do a launch immediately after the tea break. Just to give a perspective, in 2022, 11,290 persons involved in farming committed suicide in India. That's a massive number. And when we talk about a heartful village, we have a very large objective. And when all the like minded organizations with great initiatives come together, imagine the strength that we build, a force that we create to really transform this village, every single village in India, to a heartful village where people are happy, joyful, satisfied, and then they contribute. And we all know if if Indian agriculture is transformed, the productivity, which is one of the lowest, is increased, what India can contribute to the world. With that thought, let us take a tea break. And when you assemble back, we have a very lovely, I would say, Heartful Village inauguration, for which the team has worked in a very short time. And so we gather back and then we listen to every single initiative as to what are we doing under each initiative. So thanks once again. Please do come back after 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we have now the launch of Heartful Village. So I would call upon Mr. Ramakrishna Malela to take us through Heartful Village, and then we do the launch, for which we having some people up on the stage again. So I'm sorry for troubling you, but you'll have to walk up to the stage again. So Ramki Bhai.
Morning. I think it's almost noon, so good afternoon. I was listening to Sri Ram, and for the last 4 or 5 years, especially at the time when I took a corporate career break, and I was full time in 4 years into the field work, traveled in villages. How many of you lived in villages here? Just anybody? Robert, you lived in a village? In Germany? That must be a very rich village. Very happy. So, let me ask this. How many of you have never lived in a village? Right. So, thank you so much. So, after traveling to so many places, I know that we want to give something to them. How many of you felt that you could learn something from them as well? Amazing, right? So, that inspired me a lot. And if you ask me how do I know it's an inspiration? I feel restless from the time that inspiration germinates in my heart. And then it compels me to do some action, sometimes selfless, or sometimes burn my own time, or sometimes I don't know to what extent I'm supposed to be so generous. So it put me into difficult situations. Why this long story is, I also wrote to Daaji, the Global Guide of Heartfulness, that we have plethora of initiatives. How do we put these themes together and showcase for you to know why this entire Heartful Village concept could be a reality in the way we are all talking. So, what I'm about to show, and we will take the help of our volunteers, and Pragya will help also invite people. What I'm going to show you is right now, how does a Heartful Village look like with education, wellness, mental health, agriculture, environment, livelihood, and entrepreneurship. And Heartfulness organizations have services, products, programs, initiatives, interventions across all of this. And for those of you who are not familiar with Indian government related village services, there are 65 services minimum there, and collector takes care of that. So if I can just slightly move over, I don't know, I'm generally a guy who can keep moving around. If you look at education, there are specific interventions for cognitive leadership development in villages I'm talking about. Wellness, specific initiatives which are already working. In the field of wellness, specific interventions for brain development, mother and child care development. I will talk about it. I have a session, so I'm going to keep it short now. In the field of mental health, we have specific interventions. So this is a combined slide. It might not be as legible as you wish to be or as you wish to see it. In the field of agriculture, I've just copied whatever is existing, by the way, be it from biochar to hydroponics. And in environment, while plethora of things happening, with diversity restoration, endangered species, conservation, tissue culture, forest by heartfulness. In livelihood, we are doing certain works to develop people, and we can do more. And in entrepreneurship, with this backdrop, if this is what we can provide for a heartful village at a life, livelihood, and landscape level, I'm going to request Pragya Ben to invite people to release the posters.
So let me tell you, there are heads of or the leaders of each organization. I would like to call upon those individuals to please come and unveil Heartful Village for everybody. So, Mr. Sriram Raghavendra, representing both Heartfulness as well as Samunnati, because Anil joins us tomorrow. And he is also the Chief Innovation Officer for Samunnati. Then Dr. Sairam Reddy, Mr. Saurabh Sinde, Mr. Ramakrishna Malela, Mr. Robert Hart. May I have all of you up on the stage, please? Can I have the posters of Heartful Village? After this launch, you will all see one by one what do they do, how do they really intervene and bring about this change that we have been talking about. Thank you, everyone. May I request Darshwinder to proceed with the program now?
Thank you. So I was really looking forward to a big round of applause for the launch of the Heartful Village. So let's have a really huge round of applause for this amazing concept. To have a village transformed completely, right from the education of children to the work that is being done by the adults in the village, and to have an approach that is about the inner transformation as well as the outer, the economic transformation, the spiritual transformation, is a truly unique concept. And in our hearts, let us all wish this initiative and this endeavor a huge success. So, to know more in detail about the various initiatives that are planned for the Heartful Village, I would first like to invite Mr. Sriram Raghavendran, who is the director from Heartfulness Institute, as well as the Chief Innovation Officer from Samunnati. He will be talking about two of the initiatives with us. One is about biochar and vermicompost, redefining farming from nature to nature and for nature. As part of his talk, he will also be covering collective growth through connecting finance, innovation, tech, markets, and rural entrepreneurship, which is the work which is being done by Samunnati, one of the partner organizations for this conference. So I now invite Mr. Sriram to please take us through more details on these initiatives.
Thank you. Thank you, Dashwinder. I will start with Samunnati and then wear my second hat and talk about biochar. Like Heartfulness Institute has access to villages, and our meditation is being practiced in about 100 plus countries. Similarly, I also see a parallel in Samunnati. In the world of agriculture in India, Samunnati has an expansive reach. And Anil, who's the founder and a good friend of mine, founder of Samunnati, he likes to say that to get somewhere, you need two things. You need a road. Okay. You need to lay the road first, and then you can ply vehicles on it. So plasma water is a vehicle. It's a good product, a great product, but which needs to reach the villages, but it needs a road to get there. And same with biochar, same with vermicompost, same with microgreens, right? So Samunnati you can think of as a road or a vehicle, as or an organization. Today it's emerged as India's largest agri ecosystem player. What is this agri ecosystem and what's the ecosystem player? I'll kind of walk through a little bit about Samunnati so that you will have an understanding. And 10 years back, I should say, like, when Anil founded this, he's been in finance, he's been a banker, but always been on the rural and village side. And he felt that, like, farmers, while India, there's a lot of policies about farmers being able to, there's something called a priority sector lending, but real farmers on the ground are not able to access finance. So when he started Samunnati about 10 years back, I think a lot of people were laughing and said, what are you doing? We all know that if you lend to farmers, you never get your money back, right? And but that's what he started. He started with his own personal resources, and 10 years later, it's India's largest agri ecosystem player, right? What it is, his vision, okay, when he started the company, is to make the markets work for smallholder farmers. He says there's just one small change here. Today, the markets are working off the smallholder farmers, right? They're all selling their products, like, for benefit. But I want to see Samunnati, our vision is to see how can the markets can work for the smallholder farmers, because that 78% of India people are small and marginal farmers with 2 acres, 4 acres, 1 acre of land. So how can we benefit them? Next slide. So what started as a bootstrap company, today, Samunnati has lent $3 billion, about 25,000 crores. This is lifetime lending to the agri ecosystem. When you're talking about the ecosystem, we're talking about farmer producer organizations. Samunnati works with about 6,700 farmer producer organizations across India. It's actually lent money to about 2,500 to 3,000 farmer producer organizations across India. And it probably is the organization with the maximum connect and reach to farmer producer organizations. We also work with agri enterprises. Agri enterprises, or you could have a rice mill, you could have a dal mill, like, some tomato puree plant, stuff like that, or brokers, who trade, buy, sell, So we also work with agri enterprises and also with agri startups. Samunnati is, Plasma Water is a startup. So we work with 500 to 700 such agri startups across India. Next slide, please. So what is our core framework? Like, how do you define Samunnati? What does Samunnati do, right? It's called AMLA. AMLA stands for aggregation, market linkage, and advisory. What does aggregation mean? Now, India, 2/3 of India lives in the villages. There are 640,000 villages across India. So how do you reach such a vast number of people? And Anil realized very early from his experience in rural banking that you cannot service the farmers directly, but you can service them through collectives. And these collectives are, it can be a farmer collective, it can be a cooperative, it can be a farmer producer organization, it can also be corporates which work with farmers. Leave it there. So we work through farmer collectives. So this is not a B2C model where Samunnati is working with a farmer, but it's a B2B2C model, which means Samunnati works with farmer collectives, and these farmer collectives are an aggregation of farmers. That's the first thing, right? And first and foremost, Samunnati, in a non-banking financial company, we lend to farmer collectives, right? And what about getting money back? When you lend, like, there's a lot of say that you don't get money back. And here again comes Anil's experience. And he believed that when you lending to a farmer collective, and it's a farmer producer, there are so many FPOs here, and this, there is something called social capital, right? When people live in a village, they all know each other. And if you entrust a person who's like a leader, who's a FPO lead, okay, and they lend onward to the village, their ability to collect is well known. They can do it far better than any SBI or any banking organization. So social capital comes into play. So that's being a non-banking financial company. The second one is market linkages, which is to buy and sell and trade commodities. And it's not just output, but it's also input in terms of seeds, fertilizer, pesticides. It could also be technology like plasma water, like biochar, like nano urea. Okay, it can actually become the vehicle. It's a road on which several vehicles can ply. The third one is advisory. Next slide. So today, if you look at Samunnati's reach, there's access to about 8 million farmers. We work across 100 commodities, right, and value chains, and about 6,500 farmer collectives and 3,500 agri enterprises, right? So again, like Heartfulness could be a vehicle and a road. It's one highway. There's one more highway, which is Samunnati. Next slide. So when you're talking about collectives, it's not one entity, right? India used to be big on cooperatives earlier. And now with Modi ji, he announced farmer producer organizations or farmer producer companies. There are farmer collectives. There's also a village level entrepreneur. An entrepreneur, a young person, a youth, who's educated, or like a woman or a SHG, they also have the ability to bring together and come together for a business idea, set up a business, and run it well in the village. They have all the connections that's required, right? So we work with various kinds of farmer collectives. Next slide. So the one thing that Anil started is when you're working in the financing the farmer, the key to financing the farmer is what you call customized finance, right? I've seen recently, 2 years back, I won't name the bank, but it's one of the largest top 5 banks, and the head of agri had come for a meeting. And we were talking about something called, co-lending, where they fund us and we would in turn use that, to fund the farmers and farmer collectives, right? And he was saying, no problem, we can provide, you can on lend, and we can have an EMI and they can pay back, right? I was quite surprised that at the leadership levels, when talking about banking and lending to farmers, they're talking about an EMI, right? Whereas anybody who's lived in a village knows that, when I plant a sugarcane crop, it takes 10 months and the farmer does not have any money for 10 months to pay you back. Okay, so you have to wait for 10 months. But if it is cotton, you have to wait 6 months. If it is paddy, it's a different. So the tenure of the loan, when you give the loan, what you give the loan for, when you collect back, are you setting up an equipment? Are you giving input loan? Are you helping the FPO or the trader? Because when the season happens and he needs to buy a lot and sell, he needs a lot of working capital at that time, right? So Samunnati's name of the game, and why Samunnati stands out in the world of lending for agriculture, is that we understand that farmers' needs are different and we are able to offer customized lending solutions, right? So it's working capital loans. It can be a capex loan. It can be a term loan. It can be for a horeca, which is hotel, restaurant, and cafes. It can be for trading. It can be for startups. So there are various types of loans that we offer to the agriculture industry. Next slide. And today, Samunnati works across 100 value chains. Okay, I mean, of course, we're not growing 100 value chains, but to be able to lend to sugarcane and cotton and paddy and vegetables, these are completely different, right? We need to understand, how to work with these farmers, right? Because if you're offering a 6-month loan to a sugarcane farmer, I mean, it won't even start. You don't know where to start, right? And that's where the knowledge of the industry comes in. Next slide. And we work with about 3,500 agri organizations, including ITC, including Adani's, the Suguna poultry. Agriculture, Samunnati, it also includes fisheries. It also includes livestock, cattle, goats, and so on, right? So that's the industry. And here, the work is more in terms of trading, in terms of market linkages, in terms of lending, in terms of credit, okay, to facilitate the cycle, right? Yeah, next slide. We work with startups, okay, and there are very large billion-dollar companies, unicorns, okay, like Waycool, like many other companies, where Samunnati in their initial stages, has been a promoter and has been a lender. So because Samunnati has the unique position of being a financing company, it's as if we don't have any competition, right? Because anybody and everybody, in the agriculture space, be it a farmer, be it a farmer collective, be it a startup, be it a trading company. We also do trading. They also do trading, but they are in need of finance and we can support them, right? So it's a very unique position. I'm really fascinated with this model that Samunnati is able to reach out and work with anybody, okay, or any organization, any institution in the agri space. Again, that is why I'm again putting out this idea that Samunnati is like a highway, right, on which several vehicles can ply. Next. Coming to plasma water, okay, this is in the area of climate smart agriculture, and Samunnati works in the area of climate smart agriculture as well, right? About 15% of Samunnati's portfolio is on CSA, climate smart agriculture. And we also work a lot with women and women-led FPOs as well. In fact, it's significant. It's more than 50%, right? Next slide. Also, when you're talking about climate smart agriculture, there are two kinds of work that we do. We've gone and raised green money, okay, which the international organizations are able to offer at a lesser cost, right? And specifically for things like millets, things like plasma water, things like biochar, right? Where we are able to access green finance. Okay, that is one of the things that we've done. We've raised money and we're able to offer it to agricultural enterprises. Also, one of the things with things like plasma water is there is a certain level of risk because it's not a proven solution. I'm not talking about plasma water. I'm talking about any startup, anything which is coming out in the market in the climate smart agriculture. It's good for the planet, but is it a proven model? Okay. Until it gets proved, there is a certain additional element of risk. So to cover that, okay, Samunnati has also got underwriting guarantees from international organizations like USAID to be able to underwrite such new products in the market, which can have phenomenal, and disproportionate implications for the betterment of the planet. The third thing is, in terms of Samunnati, also has a Samunnati Foundation, which works on social impact projects. And these, we work with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USAID, and so on, right? Where we get the grants and we look at lighthouse in FPOs, many of which are here. Have we been working for the last 5 years, promoting and really creating very strong foundation for the FPOs, right? A certain number of them, okay, with grants. That's from a social impact perspective. Next slide. I guess the last slide. Yep, we talked about green bonds, we're also getting into the carbon credit space. Okay, so my next talk, on biochar is in the carbon area, but we're also working now in rice cultivation. As you know, there's a lot of water, a lot of methane emission in rice cultivation. So we're talking about regenerative agriculture. We're talking about agroforestry. We're talking about biochar. Those are also the areas that Samunnati is getting into, right? And so this is a brief about Samunnati. We have Sandeep Seeram. Sandeep, are you here? Can you stand up, please? So this is Sandeep Seeram. He's part of the CEO's office. And anything you have questions in terms of Samunnati, Sandeep will be available. Anil Kumar, SG, who's the founder of Samunnati. He apologizes, sends his regrets for not being here today. I'm a poor substitute. But he will be here tonight and tomorrow. Okay, you should be able to meet him, and fabulous guy. Okay, and very open and really wanting to make a difference to the planet. So that's about Samunnati. Right? Any questions? Sandeep is here. I'm there. Okay, during lunch. Right. So I'm going to switch hats. Okay, I wear two hats. One is as the head of innovation for Samunnati, and the second one is as one of the directors of the Heartfulness Institute, and working specifically on a biochar initiative. Can we have the biochar slides, please? So a little bit of background. I come from a technology background, right? While the slides come up. So the technology, I worked for 25 years. I worked in the US, I worked in London, in Europe. And 4 years back, I moved into agriculture. Okay, and so I'm not a native. I've not lived in a village. I've visited a lot of villages in the last 2 years. In fact, most of the time I spend in villages in the last year, right? And but today, as part of Heartfulness Institute, I'm heading the biochar initiative, and I'll give a brief in terms of what we do in biochar today. So why Heartfulness and biochar, right? You'll have a time to go around and visit Kanha today, right? And you see it's a completely lush green place. But Dr. Ramakanta said 6-7 years back, you look at the picture, there's not a blade of grass. There are about 100 or 150 neem trees on this entire space, right? So how is it possible that such large scale transformation, 1,500 acres is not large scale, but it is significant scale. How is it possible that there can be such a transformation within a brief period of 6 years? And look at the trees, it doesn't look like 6 years. Some of them look like 10, 15 years. So we believe there are many things that's gone in, specifically water, rainwater harvesting, water conservation, soil amendment, how to make the soil fertile, and greening. There are 3 legs of the tripod, right? Today in this, we'll talk about soil amendments, right? And we're talking about how do we adopt a village, and it can be thought of as part of Heartfulness, Heartful villages. Next slide. I give you 3 minutes about what biochar is and what we're doing, right? And we can have more conversations outside. There's a booth that you can see, right? If there is a magic bullet, right? I mean, बचपन में like हम पत्थर तोड़ के like आम तोड़ते थे, okay, पत्थर फेंक के, right? I mean, we used to throw stones as kids, okay, to get mangoes, and sometimes how would it be like if you throw a stone and you get 2 mangoes, because many times you never hit anything, right? So how would it be if you get 3? How would it be if you get 4? How would it be get 5? Like, it's magical. And that is the magic, I think, biochar, it absolutely fascinates me. It's consumed me in the last year, right? With biochar, okay, we are fighting climate change. We are reversing climate change. Okay, whatever the carbon has been sequestered in the tree, in the piece of wood, okay, is being sequestered in the soil permanently. Permanently. You put it in the soil as biochar, it remains there for thousands of years. So it's active climate service. The second one is that like it improves soil fertility, and not just improves soil fertility like urea or potash or whatever, right? It permanently improves soil fertility. How? By bringing back the biological life in the soil. It creates an explosion of bacteria, fungi, nematodes, your earthworms, and it basically brings life back to the soil. That's a fantastic service. The third one is its impact is in terms of yield and income for farmers. And the way we want to roll this out, we're not yet there, because we're yet finding out how to get an economic model, okay, which is viable. But it will be rolled out through rural entrepreneurs. The fifth stone, which I do not have here, is when you use biochar, we have confirmation in our farm trials, like, that you need about 30-40% lesser water. Water is a very scarce resource, right? They're saying that in the 21st century, there's going to be a war for water, right? And all these problems are solved by biochar. Next. In Daaji's vision, I mean, he told Modi ji when he was here that how can we set up a biochar unit with an entrepreneur in every single village of India? This was the conversation Daaji had with Modi ji last December, right? And that's the vision that's driving us. Next. I'll go quickly. So there's a lot of biomass in India. India produces about 500 to 600 million tons of biomass. About at least 20-30% is burnt, stubble burnt or burnt on the field, open field burning. It's good. It gives some phosphorus or whatever. But when you're able to do pyrolysis, we're able to get biochar. Next slide. And this biochar, okay, this is one setup that we've done in Madhya Pradesh last year. We've set up about 6 such facilities working with corporate partners with access to farmers, right? Next. So you see a lot of cotton stalk in the top left, right, in the background. And when you're able to burn it in a very, very simple kiln, okay, it doesn't cost much, and you get biochar. And this biochar, next slide, when you mix with vermicompost, compost, farmyard manure, and Jivamrut and other such amendments, and you put it in soil, okay, that's a line application in a cotton field. When you do that, we find magic happens, right? Next slide. So there are many benefits. I'm not going to talk about much. I've already talked about water retention. Okay. The 2-3 magical things is it brings back life to the soil, and it is a permanent amendment, right? Urea or potash, every year you need to put in the soil, every season. Otherwise, you don't get your output. But ek baar dal dete, you put it once, it remains in the soil for thousands of years. How would it be if you can take an action today, and whatever you spend, your children, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren can benefit from that exercise, right? That is what biochar represents, right? It cannot be compared with fertilizers. Next. It is a way to sequester carbon in the soil. Once it is put in the soil, it remains for thousands of years. It does not react to moisture, does not react to the biological organisms. It does not, right? And does not react with atmosphere. Next. So some examples: on the left, you see plants without biochar, and on the right, you see plants with biochar, right? I don't need to explain. Next. We've done some initial trials. We've seen anywhere from 10% to 50%, sometimes even 100%. But again, I will say that these are field trials. These are not research trials, right? So please take it with a pinch of salt. We are collaborating with research organizations. Hopefully we're looking at an ICAR conference here at Kanha Shanti Vanam on January 13th. Okay, where it'll be a national conference on scientific conference on biochar, right? So, and we hope that more and more research will get consolidated in this space to really see, like, what is the effect on biochar on black soil, on this soil, on that crop, in this climate, on this kind of irrigation, right? So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to consolidate these findings. Next slide. So today we're running farmer trials. This is in our own capacity. We're working with Arvind Mills and Pratibha Syntex. We're running farmer trials at about 170 farmers, half acre of control, half acre of biochar treatment. I was with the farmers with a scientist from Central Institute of Cotton Research. The 5 things the farmer said is, hey, in the control plot, I'm doing drip irrigation for 8 hours twice a week. On the treatment plot, I'm doing twice a week, but only 5 hours, right? And still I find that soil is more moist. And when the soil is more moist, the roots are able to grow deeper, the plant is thicker, and it grows taller. Some cases 5%, some cases 40% better vegetation. And people are saying, hey, they're right next to each other, and yet I'm finding there are more pests there, there are lesser pests here. Okay, and yesterday, I got the first evidence, right? There was a first picking that was done, early picking that was done, and there were anywhere from something like 20 to 25% to 30% increased cotton yield. Okay, this is still not research. Okay, please take it with a pinch of salt, but it's very encouraging. Okay, and we want to do more. Next. So the entrepreneurship model, okay, this biomass is so much available in every village. It makes no sense for us to put it in a truck and take it to a factory 300 kilometers down, right? The cost of transport would far outstrip the cost of biochar, right? And we're doing climate a disservice. So this lends itself to a cottage industry. In every village, you set up a small biochar unit, very low tech, that a few people, youth or women are able to do. And they earn money from this process, and they regenerate the village soils. So we believe biochar can be a tool to regenerate the soils of India and the world. And we'll talk about economics later offline. Next slide. I'm coming to the end. So basically, what have we done in the last 15 months since we started? We have used biochar for about 5 or 6 years in Kanha. If Kanha is today a green oasis, we believe one of the key ingredients that has made this possible is biochar. One of the key ingredients. There are other secrets, and you can find out from the Forest by Heartfulness stall out there. But though we've done a lot in the forestation space, we wanted to use it for agriculture. Why? Because Daaji said that we will do something for the villages when he went to Ekatma Abhiyan last year. So last August, September was when we started. We have set up about 8 sites, 3 states. We're working currently with, and we've generated about 200-250 tons of biochar. We're currently running 170 farmer trials, right? It's only in cotton, right? Only one cotton, but cotton is like 10% of India's waste. And if you can convert that, a significant part, I think we're really well on our way. Next year, there's so much excitement in the cotton community that we're looking to scale this up from about 200 tons to hopefully 3,000 to 4,000 tons this year. We probably have 8 or 10 more partners. We're still going cotton centric, because our low tech does not allow rice and paddy straw to be used to create biochar. So we're still going with cotton. We will get to other technologies where we can work with just about every crop, right? Next. So last slide, go next, please. So what we are looking at moving forward is a model. Again, Heartfulness is not the expert. We're not research guys. We're not PhDs, right? But we see ourselves as a system integrator from a social perspective, right? Today, we're working with Arvind, with Pratibha Syntex, with Samunnati, and a number of other organizations are in the pipeline. Like they're saying, please help us set biochar units. So we have the access to farmers, about 3, 6, 7 million farmers we have access. On the other side, we are partnered with ICAR. We partnered with Central Institute of Cotton Research. Okay, and we're looking to have an ICAR conference here on biochar. And we want to really see how we can take the help of August research organizations to set up a research council on biochar. The third one is carbon credits, right? Today, biochar, there is a cost. And our endeavor is to see, can we generate carbon credits? Very, very, very high value carbon credits. Sells between $100 to $150 per ton of carbon dioxide, per CDRC, right? And if you can sell that and you're able to get and can we use those to subsidize the cost of biochar, right? A magic formula would be that, hey, I set up entrepreneurs. There is a cost, salary, labor, okay, material. They manufacture biochar. They give it to the farmers. We generate carbon dioxide credits, carbon credits. And let us say it completely subsidizes the cost of biochar, so that they can give it to the farmers free. If they can't give it to the farmers free, can they sell it for 3,000, 4,000 rupees, which is the cost of compost? That is where we are going, right? But in order to come out of the economic model, it's still a journey. Okay, we are looking for grants. Okay, we are raising grants so that we can scale this and we can get the science backing to it and we can get to policy advocacy, right? So that is where we are on the biochar journey. There are a lot of farmer producer organizations. I'm also from Samunnati. This is also a Samunnati project. So if you'd like to set up a biochar unit in your village, please meet me, okay, and my team in the stall outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sriram, for taking us through the journey of biochar as well as the work that is being done by Samunnati. Here, I would like to just pause and talk to our FPOs who are present here in the audience. हमारे साथ यहाँ पर ऑडियंस में कुछ हमारे हिंदी भाषा में बात करने वाले जुड़े हैं हमारे साथ यहाँ पर डेलीगेट्स. उनकी जानकारी के लिए हम बताना चाहेंगे कि यहाँ पर हार्टफुल विलेज एक हृदयपूर्ण ग्राम कैसा होगा और उसमें किन-किन बातों, किन-किन इनिशिएटिव्स को लिया जाएगा, उसके बारे में एक पूरा ब्रेकआउट सेशन कल के सत्र में, लंच के बाद जो सत्र रहेगा, उसमें ये सभी चीज़ें डिटेल में विस्तार पूर्वक हिंदी में बताई जाएंगी. तो आज अभी सुबह वाला जो सेशन चल रहा है और कल सुबह का सेशन इंग्लिश में रहेगा. पर आपके लिए एक हमने प्रश्नोत्तर सेशन भी ऑर्गेनाइज किया है ब्रेकआउट सेशन के साथ-साथ. तो जो भी यहाँ पर हम अभी बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें उसकी पूरी जानकारी भी आप प्राप्त कर पाएँगे और यदि आपके मन में कोई भी प्रश्न रहेगा कि आप इसको आगे कैसे लेके जा सकते हैं, उसके लिए हमारे ये सभी एक्सपर्ट जो अभी प्रेज़ेंट कर रहे हैं, वो आपके साथ रहेंगे. तो आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिएगा क्योंकि कल ये दोपहर जो भोजन है उसके पश्चात ये वाला सत्र रखा जाएगा. So moving forward, we will now talk about how some innovations can simply revolutionize the way all this information about the future, a green revolution for the future, sustainability in agriculture for the future can be taken to school students. And this is a very interesting session that is coming up because here is an innovation that is revolutionizing school education. I'm very happy to now invite a young entrepreneur, Mr. Saurabh Sinde, who is the founder CEO of Organic Microgreens, OMG. Oh my God, he's so young. And he's going to present OMG and talk about the green bridge connecting the next generation in nature and farming. Over to Saurabh.
Thank you. So I'll be briefly talking about what is OMG and what we do at OMG. So OMG is primarily, microgreens as a base. So where we started growing microgreens a couple of years back for commercial purpose. And then once we started growing microgreens since, at Kanha, we have a school in Kanha where our primary goal was not only growing microgreens for, commercial purpose. And Daji's vision was how can we make our students consume these microgreens, right? So when we started with this idea, what led to us is unless students grow themselves at school, it will be very difficult for them to consume something as healthy as microgreens or salads to make it their part of the diet. So we started with a small program, so I'll be walking you through the journey of how we started and what we are doing at OMG. So OMG is, you can see is from the origination of Kanha, where with the guidance of Daaji and his vision, we started. Now our aim is to take this, program to every school where we can integrate growing of microgreens into every school curriculum and how we can make it part of their schools. Right. So a little bit background of what microgreens are. Microgreens are young edible, leafy vegetables which can be grown in between 7 to 14 days. So this makes it very easy for schools to grow and students to grow where the curiosity level is very less. If you want to grow any crop inside a school or inside a classroom, it takes 35 to 40 days. But when it comes to microgreens, so because of this quick turnaround, we can easily grow and they are highly nutritious as well. So when we were looking at this, when we started with our own school at Kanha, we could see there was a lot of impact on students as well as teachers. We had feedbacks from students that they want more salads in their diet, and the teachers were happy that students who are attending this program are more active after these classes. So once we were doing this, and we found out to see if there is any parallel program that is running in India where we can drive inspiration to do these programs in our schools in a much better way. When we saw this, there are less than 2% of schools in India who have a curriculum or a program to teach about agriculture. Say we have so many technologies and for agriculture initiatives that are going across the nation where we talk about so many new innovations, but hardly anything is that is reaching students, and students are taking any interest in learning these basic things. Along with that, so when we were looking around of how we can make it inclusive, of there are so many rural schools or government schools. There are almost 2.5 million schools in India, where how we can make this part of the schools. Every government school in India have a midday meal scheme where government provides the students who visit school their lunches, and usually the lunch is not so nutritionally rich, what they provide. So we came up with a solution with Delhi government, where every school can convert a classroom into a microgreens farm, where students can themselves grow microgreens inside the classroom, and which can be part of their midday meals. So how, and then how it can benefit, they're one, they're taking interest towards agriculture, they're learning the skill which they not only will be doing at school, but they can also take it back home and they can do it in the small balconies, as well as the end goal is to consumption. So one is they learn how to grow, and second is how they can consume it. So with this little background, we thought how we can club both of this. One is we have very less curriculums that are there for schools children to learn about agriculture. At the same time, how we can make the school lunches more nutritious. So the way we came up with the concept of OMG lab, like how every school has a physics lab or a chemistry lab, where we learn about so many permutation and combination, which we might use or we may not use depending on the domain we choose afterwards. But something as basic as this, as food and agriculture farming, can be very basic, which we feel every school should have a lab where we teach our next generation students or kids about how we grow how we grow the food that we eat and what way we can grow. So this, with this concept, now we are around at 60 schools across India, where we are labs where students learn the whole process from the seed to the harvest stage, and also not only to the harvest stage, but how they can utilize this produce once they harvest, how they can make their own little recipes out of it. So one, like I was mentioning about midday meals, like which is already existing programs. So what it is, that nothing new that we are doing here. There's already successfully running program across 1.2 million schools across in India. What we are offering is, along with that, we grow microgreens inside a school and we add it on to the lunches that we provide. The second is the national educational policy, that India, for middle school, there has been so many policies that talks about why we need, why we need to introduce farming into schools, right? So there has been many programs and policies, but there's mostly restricted to textbooks or lesson plans where they teach about the basics of farming, so the concepts of waste management or how germination happens, but nothing practically which students gets to do hands on. So that is where we, both of through OMG Lab, one is we are contributing to national educational policy where students learn about sustainable farming. And along with that, while they are doing, we also link a lot of their curriculum, like a fourth grade students in his lesson plans in biology, he learns about parts of the plant like roots, stem and everything. And the fifth grade student learns about how photosynthesis happens. So we can bring students to the lab and practically teach them these concepts. One, they learn at the same time through midday meal schools where we are able to enhance their meal nutrition. And why, and one good thing about this microgreens is, if you want to buy it at retail, it can be really expensive to buy microgreens for our consumption. But when a school does it as a whole, the cost of buying microgreens can be significantly brought down. So we see a lot of schools, especially in Delhi, like what we are doing, around 30 schools, they're easily able to feed their children 4 times a week the microgreens that they grow in their own campus. And what do we, as OMG, what do we offer to schools when we go? That is, there are two things. There are some schools which have spaces to convert a classroom into a lab, where we have complete setup. We convert a classroom into a lab setup where we give the know-how of what are the technical things that needs to be taken care, and what are the things that teachers need to teach students. For example, the lesson plans of each stage, like, and we also include the values of heartfulness into it. Like, we every stage of growth has a parallel narrative that goes through how a teacher needs to teach. Because we also say to the teachers when we go to schools, if you want to learn about microgreens or hydroponics, there are so many YouTube tutorials that you can learn, but what we really want students to learn is the approach that we take, how we do and why we do it. So in this, there are sequence of steps. As soon as we approach a school, is like, we develop a classroom and we hand over the teachers curriculum for the school, and the teachers, once the teachers are thorough and when they're confident about growing microgreens and teaching it to students, then we pass it on, the materials to the school, and the school takes it forward. Along with that, when we are teaching microgreens as a base, we are able to touch so many aspects which we are, one, where when each school that we interact with, each school comes up with so many inputs, and each student comes up with so many inputs, that we are able to add on so many things as we progress. So when we were talking to students about, what all do you think we are impacting, so the students came up with a chart of SDG goals, and we found out that we are directly contributing to SDG goals by having a small little classroom growing microgreens. And so these are I'm running through some of the programs that we have been doing, as like how our focus is on how we can make master trainers for microgreens. We focus on teachers so that they are, they learn and they can teach the students in the language that students understand. So again, more of teacher training programs that we have been doing. And this is one of a unique case study that we were really surprised ourselves. When we had an opportunity to teach growing microgreens and herbs for Himalayan village ladies. There were 800 of them who had come here for 8 days stay. So their main concern was only for 3 to 4 months we can grow anything outside, but the rest of the time we are not able to grow anything. Or even if we grow something, there are a lot of monkeys which do, harm our crops. So that's where we thought, all these housemakers, they can have a small little 2 trays at home which they can grow for a family of 4, and small, pots inside the house or just outside their balcony which they can grow small little herbs like rosemary or thyme, and it will be sufficient for the families. And so far we have been able to cover, like I mentioned, around 60 schools, and we will be from the next academic year we'll be working with Delhi government schools to take this initiative to 1500 more schools in Delhi. And we have been working with Commonwealth to take OMG to our different parts, where especially they feel this can be a right solution for so many smaller island nations where food security and malnutrition has been a bigger concern. And if we really include the children's and school kids into this can really become a model which is sustainable, so that they take ownership, and this can, you know uh, create a ripple effect. Again, these are some of the photos of how students are taking part in it, owning it, and taking this initiative not only in the school but also they are taking the learnings home. And this is like what we do is when students learn, grow their microgreens, we don't stop at it. We also make them do their own salads. We ask them to come up with the unique recipes that they want to do. So this is on the Teachers Day's occasion. Students had, harvested the greens that they had grown, and they distributed to all the teachers in the school. And this is again, like we say, what we are able to do, like Sriram Bhaiya had mentioned in his talk about Daaji mentioning about thought pollution, right? Being our SDG goal 18. Like, this is one of the girl who's learned how to grow microgreens. They're so fascinated to see how a seed can actually become a plant. Right? They see it right in front of this eye, growing, germination they can see. And this really start looking at plants as their friends. And when you teach students at this age, at the age of middle school, about nature, about plants, how much time it takes to grow a saplings, like most of the students who grow in urban area don't even know like where the potato comes from. For them, mostly it comes from a supermarket or a mart, right? So when you teach them about these basics, and there is a inherent connection that we often say to the nature and to the mother earth, and they hardly think about polluting water. Or this is a thought process that Daji has in his vision, is when we make students or the kids at that age, make nature and mother earth as their friends, and no way we'll have a future where they'll think about polluting anything. And this is for the higher grades. Once the students learn about microgreens, we do introduce them to hydroponics, and they can learn more about, depending on their interest and time, they can learn more. And again, this is on for higher grades, we involve them in active farming, and to make it more interesting for them, so we have concepts like pizza garden, herbal garden. So basically here it's not just agriculture that they do, but we also give them a task. We divide them into groups. We make them say that there's a 360-degree, this is a surface area that you get, can you make out the list of ingredients that is needed for pizza? They come up with the list, and then we ask them to make a pie chart, and they draw their garden, and then they plant it. So it's not only agriculture, they also learn a little bit of maths, but in a very fun way. And we see the results are really good. Students enjoy this, and with students and with their inputs, we are able to build on more and more curriculums, and we are taking this program to more schools. And one more beautiful thing is, we had once we finish this program, so every week when we have a session with students, we ask them after they learn how to grow microgreens. So we ask them if you can come up with your own recipes. So far we have 115 recipes from just one school. So every student they come up with, they make their own tweaks, how they can make dressings, how they can. So just we are nurturing them to think how healthy food can be more interesting, and how they can make it part of the diet. So this is a short about what we are doing at OMG, and so we look forward to take this initiative to more schools, where we can be the bridge between all the new technologies that are there, making students aware about what all is possible through agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. So there is some really amazing work happening with school children in generating an awareness through organic microgreens. So next, we have a very interesting initiative that we are presenting today. Education in a box, seeding a resilient and evolved community. This is a very unique concept. And to explain more about education in a box, I would now invite Mr. Ramakrishna Mallela, Director, Heartfulness Education Trust, to lead us through this session.
Hello. So what I'm going to show is an experiment. Like I said before, I traveled in those villages and actually understood that, at least in India, those 6 lakh old villages do not have proper infrastructure. And of course, governments do so much, and there's also budget. But all of you know, we have entered the 21st century of knowledge era. But the receiving models are still in person. I was talking to my barber this morning. I asked him, how do your farmers learn what is happening around if there's a problem in a particular farming practice they have? Of course, the sample size was very few for me today, but I've been asking these questions. And he said these farmers go to the shops to ask the shopkeeper, whoever is providing those fertilizers, they show the crop and say, this is my problem. So that shopkeeper who deciding on which side of the bed he wakes up, he will provide some solution sometimes. That's the immediate access they have. We all know that course, there are provisions for call centers and all that. But similarly, I work with Anganwadis. So my session today is to see how do we enable these educational services, knowledge services at the Anganwadi center. And for my friends who are outside from India here, an Anganwadi center is a daycare center where pregnant women, lactating mothers come for health and wellness support. And this is a free service offered by government. It is mandatory. It's policy driven. And imagine all the couples who get married, they get education about birth spacing, healthy pregnancy, neonatal care. And once the children are born, they all come to this daycare center. आप सबको पता है आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर के बारे में. कितने लोग ने कोई आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर गए हैं इधर? एनीबॉडी? बहुत बढ़िया. तो मैंने कम से कम 100 आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में बैठ के बात करके आया हूँ. I've been to 100 centers like that. And Daaji says that an Anganwadi is a vector for the transformation in rural India. Because she is looking after an adolescent girl and her mental development, physical and health development, menstrual cycle challenges. And the Anganwadi center, now NEP says children should be cognitively developed by the 6th year. NEP means National Education Policy. At the Anganwadi center, the pregnant woman needs information apart from the medicines, a lactating mother. So what I've been thinking through is how do we help these Anganwadi centers in India to be our first point of contact? And what I thought through was to design some kind of a box with an infrastructure readiness. So this box, this suitcase, whatever you call it, it has everything for enabling an Anganwadi center where even a farmers can come, adolescents, girls can come, the pregnant woman can come because it has got all that infrastructure ready. So it's a very maverick idea. It's also cost effective if you design this better. It is designed to digitally enable villages so that they have some interaction with the knowledge partners across the world. So essentially this particular education in a box idea is to provide all the heartful services, at least which are matured right now in heartfulness world, and we can take help from extended partners as well, is to provide maybe services in this area, what you saw as Heartful Village. But to start with, the design of this suitcase, since I can't open it now, it's very clumsy. It has a projector, a smartphone enabled with data, cables, and we offer Brighter Mind course for those of you who are aware of it. बच्चों की जो मस्तिष्क का विकास के लिए हम लोग एक खास प्रोग्राम करते हैं. तो जो भी हमारे पास प्रोग्राम्स है उसको अगर हमें देना है, if we have to give a one box which has everything possible. So what you see on the right corner there, the bottom there is the books for mother and child care development, brain development, so that these Anganwadi centers can be self-reliant. Unfortunately, they are not given enough budget and their facilities are poorly managed. And in next 100 years, these children who are going to grow and their children, the economy is going to come from there. If we don't develop them, then how do we survive as a humanity? So this is something like a 1975 computers, right? Very fat and big. So hopefully it will get innovated in the future. With this kit, what we can do is provide educational services in the village. Once they procure this kit or it is sponsored and funded, basic education services that we have from Heartfulness for brain development, life skills development, local village teacher development can happen. So we have an intervention and the resources are available in the kit, whether in the pen drive or a configured app in the mobile phone. Similarly, in the space of wellness, what you see, the first word for my friends from outside India, Divya Janani means a divine mother. What can we do for helping those mothers who may have high risk pregnancies? Child mortality issues were phenomenal in India. It came down now. And similarly, we have this lack of knowledge on how to keep our own brain very healthy. So this is a need of education from a wellness perspective. We can also offer ready-made videos on heartfulness yoga. So within the Anganwadi center, I want you to visualize when I'm talking in a village, a small 10 by 10 hall. This infrastructure is set up. People are getting knowledge through these advanced societies from where you all come. They can get services on mental health that we already have. Voice that cares is a specific intervention for some kind of a psychological first aid counseling. And we have them in multiple languages. There is a specific technique to free up and balance your energy also, that's called polarity. And we can also collectively celebrate the international days of whatever United Nations publishes, but they don't know what do you mean by International Peace Day, because they're already peaceful maybe. And so how do we help them in livelihood? For example, so much of information that it's happening, what Sriram and others presented here. I'm just giving a glimpse here what is possible if we digitally equip the Anganwadi center. Information sharing, knowledge sharing, getting subject matter experts could be a possibility. And maybe especially government has schemes to mobilize youth for skill development. So through this center where infrastructure is established well, they can be well educated of what are the various skill development programs that can help them, or some internships we can provide. So in short, this education in a box has to be provisioned at the Anganwadi center, the daycare center, like I said. The training participants will be the Anganwadi workers or teachers, now they are called. It is possible to get funding for this. Of course, I've designed some governance models also, how this can be effective, because idea by itself does not mean anything unless. And we also identified levers and drivers of what will make this implement. The good news is, or at least before I tell the good news, I've discussed this with some of the government bureaucrats 4 years back, because I've designed this idea and kit about 3.5 years back. And they were willing to experiment this in the Anganwadi centers. Next month, I have about 100 Anganwadis coming to Kanha for a 4 days training. I just signed up a deal with a particular bureaucrat. So we're going to present this kit. So in the pursuit of Heartful Village, if there is one thing we all can collectively support and rally for, is to digitally enable a village, at least a particular hall or a center, with the technical infrastructure so that knowledge services can be uniformly provided, because it's practically difficult to travel to every village. Imagine on plasma water, I'm sure Pragya, Robert would like to give some awareness. We can use this digital kit, transmit this information at the Anganwadi centers who will receive this information. Similarly on OMG, similarly on urban Kisan or hydroponics or everything. So with that hope, I'm thankful for this opportunity to present this to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishna. This is most interesting to see how so many initiatives and so much good work for the welfare of the community in a village in the Anganwadi center can be just fitted into one box and offered to them. We move next to a new innovation for future farming. So, what would the farming of the future look like? Would it only be in villages, or is it even possible in urban areas? And how so is what we would now invite Dr. Sairam Reddy, who is the founder CEO of Urban Kisan, Kisan meaning farmer. So, the urban farmer, we would now invite him to take us through his session and present on the work which is being done as a building block for future farming.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sister. I started my career. In fact, I led 2 decades of my career as agriculture biotechnologist. Before I moved on to this current initiative, I used to lead a corporate R&D and used to breed with all the genomics and other most advanced technologies to develop new breeds. 6 years ago, with an advice from Daaji, I switched my career and started doing this, the smart farming technology. And I started my career as an entrepreneur and started this company called Urban Kisan. Can I have my slides, please? So, with this company, Urban Kisan, started in 2018. So we started solving so many problems in this space, starting from seed to the growing technologies, data monitoring, harvesting technologies, and also post-harvesting packaging, and up to the catering to the customers. We made so many innovations and then finally packaged it as Urban Kisan technology. We are the first hydroponics company in India to develop in-house indigenous technology everywhere, which includes IoTs, includes the nutrient formulations, seeds, and everything, in fact. And we are now deploying this technology outside India, many other countries, which includes like island nations like Bahamas, and desert nations like Oman, Dubai, Qatar, and even in US. Can I have slides, please? Okay, so what we are actually trying to solve with this technology, why this urban farming is required. In fact, we are struggling with a few challenges, which appears a mid-size or small for some countries and already big for some other countries. Some of those problems are like not having a good amount of arable lands, water scarcity, pollution all around the suburban areas, and these are the causing major threat. The produce, most of the perishable produce is actually coming from the suburban areas. what we actually see is the globalization and the urbanization. Both are like the growing rapid speed. Today, in fact, 4 billion people are actually living in urban areas, and it is expected to grow much bigger. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's about 7 billion by 2050. That is the scale of urbanization is happening. What does that mean? It means most of the consumers are getting concentrated into one place where production has to happen far away distances, and it all has to be shipped. So that is to some extent okay with products like cereals and pulses. But most of the perishable products like vegetables and fruits, it is not possible. As per the Indian, organization called ASOCHAM, it says that about 37% of the produce, mostly fruits and vegetables, going waste before even it reaches the market from farmers' field itself. This is a huge wastage. On the other side, governments and farmers and many other stakeholders are investing thousands of crores of money to get about 10% and 15% of increase in their yields. On the other side, we are wasting more than 30% of the product which is already produced. So, and this problem is going to become more, it's going to grow as a much bigger when the urbanization is happening. The solution is like, and we need to bring the farming close to where the consumption happens. Another major problem happens is as a result of it. Can I have the next slide, please? There is already, the farming, the urban farming happening. There's about 800 million people worldwide are doing this urban farming. They're primarily urban and peri-urban farmers. And what they grow all perishable products because that is most lucrative. So you can save on the wastage by minimizing the distance. But on the other side, there is another danger happening, is a growing pollution on the semi-urban, peri-urban areas and urban areas. Soils are getting contaminated because of this urban sewerage runouts and also the industrial effluent contaminations. So as a result, if you see the statistics of the soil contamination rates and also most of the developed countries also, today most of the focus is on pesticides. So we all talk about pesticide-free products. That's of course very important, but what we are not actually talking about is the contaminations from the heavy metals. This is posing a very big threat. So we can't avoid pesticides. We can find alternate means, like we can use products like plasma water. There are other organic solutions to avoid using pesticides. But how do you eliminate these heavy metal contaminations? We can't clean up the soils. We can't clean up these waters. So that is where, in fact, this hydroponics and vertical farming is going to be much more relevant in future, and it is already relevant in some countries. Next, please. Next slide. So what is this hydroponics? What it does, basically. So it uses no soil. It doesn't require any soil. It sometimes use some medium like a cocoa peat and a few other inert medium to support the root system. And sometimes it doesn't even use that. And it is a growth rate. There's a multiplication of growth rate. Anywhere from 2x to 13x of growth rate is possible with this technology. And water, in fact, the 5 to 10% of water is sufficient to the farm and make the most of the product. So in Hyderabad, in one of the prime locations in the 5th floor rooftop, we built a farm which is a size of 3,200 square feet, and that produces spinach which is equal to 1 acre for the production. So if you see the water consumption statistics as per FAO calculations, to produce the same quantity of the spinach in 1 acre, it requires 218,000 liters of water for one crop, whereas we could collect the same amount of the spinach within the small area just by using 9,600 liters of water. That is the kind of water saving we can do. So what it says is, this is a very well adaptable to the places where there is a water scarcity. And that's something like a normal human being, like the per day, what is our water consumption is much more less than that. So and there's no weeding. There's a lot of expenditure, manpower expenditure can be minimized, and it is highly nutrient efficient. We talk about fertilizers and fertilizer contaminations and production of fertilizers, and which is causing so much of impact on the environment, and it only uses about 7 to 8% of those fertilizers in terms of nutrients. They are mostly soluble nutrients. There will be no runouts, there are no contaminations, there's nothing of that sort. And there's no fertilizers, no pesticides required. It's mostly contained facility, so no fertilizer, no pesticide required, even if required. So we can use a very minimal, controls without using any chemical pesticides. Next, please. So, couple of other extremely important advantages of this technology is like maximizing the yield in a minimal space. I just told you, like my own experience. But as per the standard statistics, like to produce, the 1 square meter of area in 1 year, so you can produce about 5 kg of greens, any leafy green vegetables, in 1 square meter area. But whereas if you use this vertical farming systems using the hydroponics, you can produce anywhere from 100 to 125 kgs in a year per square meter area. So that is the power of this vertical farming. And other important thing is that reduce the footprint, carbon footprint. As I mentioned, first thing is like by deploying this technology where there is a consumer, you are minimizing the food carbon miles. So you save so much on it. Number one. Number two is the resources what it uses are also extremely minimal. So that again saves so much of pollution, and it saves the environment. So there are many multiple ways. If you see all small components put together, you will be actually doing farming with not more than 15% of the resources compared to the resources what we use in open field farming. Next, please. So our vision at Urban Kisan is to we see the future. We see the future where where we have the food available. What kind of food? It's a clean food. It's a healthy food available close to you. So where there is a consumer, that is where the production is supposed to happen. Because consumers are going to come to one place, majority of them, and we cannot afford to produce somewhere else because there is no land available to do the farming. So we have to move, we have to deploy this technology, perfect this technology, and then bring it more to the close to the consumer. Next, please. So we initially started, as I said, with advice from Daaji, want to grow, want to become a farmer, quickly deploy this technology, and then become a vertical farming farmer. But we noticed very quickly that it is not so easy. It was a very beginning stage, in fact. So we noticed that most of the technologies availability is with some European companies, Japanese companies, and nothing is available in India. So people are deploying this technology from the other parts and then trying to grow. And most of them are, in fact, all of them failed, in fact. The reason is the adaptability of the technology. The kind of a crops, what we are trying to grow in India, though it is, of course, vertical farming, is they are developed for Western climates. So if we try to bring them here and then grow, even the cherry tomatoes or the cucumbers, they're actually bred for European countries. The pest there is different from pest in India. So there's a geographical differences is actually creating so much of trouble unless we start our work from developing the seed suitable to the place where actually you are growing. It is not going to be a successful field. The second thing what we also noticed is the seeds what is available are actually bred for open fields, the soils. They are not bred for soilless farming. They are not bred for vertical farming. Their architecture is different. You can't make everything into vertical. That's the reason why currently in the vertical farming, people are using only leafy greens, nothing beyond. Because leafy greens grow at certain height, less than a feet or about a feet. So you can create the space about every feet, you can create layers. But if you want to do the vine crops, the tomatoes, and many other crops, we can't do that. So it is so important to start our research with seed, developing seed suitable for this kind of a farming. And we have actually worked at every place. We redefined the nutrient formulations. We developed nutrient formulations for more than 50 different crops, which are most of them are not actually the commonly grown in vertical farming or hydroponics. They're all, most of them are tropical vegetable crops. And we also noticed, this kind of next generation farming cannot be done without getting into the digitization of the farming. So we started innovating, starting from grow lights, IoTs, deploying AI and ML, the technologies, software for analysis, and farm advisory softwares based on the data what we are generating. So we actually deployed all our efforts, and now we have technology in each and every space of this. Even if you want to make small modification, you can just do that in your software, and it is automatically deployed in the farm. We don't need to go and then handle this independently. So next, please. We started our career 6 years ago with small home kits. These are the kits we designed, and we still have these kits, and we perfected, we made them much more sophisticated, much more automated. And these kits, just to serve one family, a family of 4, you should be able to harvest the greens at least 2 times a week. That's the kind of objective. That much quantity of production is supposed to have. So these are all designed and perfected in such a way, and we got it to the market. Next, please. And with customers' demand, we noticed that we next, please. So we started setting up our own farms. And this was the farm I was mentioning about, where we grow spinach in the 5th floor, the rooftop farm. And next, please. Then we expanded into the suburban areas, large farming areas. And we did we not just leafy greens, as I said. There's so many other crops like this, regular tomatoes, Indian tomatoes on the rooftop farm. Next, please. And these are the chili varieties which we bred, we developed, where they can be adapted to the vertical farms. So I wish to see, in fact, this is the final stage, wrapping up these varieties. So I wish to see a wall of chilies, where you take a ladder and keep harvesting every day. That's the kind of the varieties we're supposed to have. Next, please. And this soilless farming technology, people generally think you can't do the root crops. It has like only greens. This is the myth. So we broke all those myths. We actually cultivated all sorts of vegetables, including even gourds, and these are root crops. We cultivated the sweet potatoes, radish, carrot, the whatnot, also all sorts of root crops. We developed the protocols and standardized nutrient formulations. Next, please. So you see this vertical farm tower where the multi-layer, the different types of crops can be grown in it, each layer. And on the top layer we have this cabbage, and it's producing the size and the weighing about 1.2 kilos, which is the same as what you get in the soil farms, in the open field farms. Next, please. So, and we, as I said, that we developed this indigenous grow light technology, which is in fact 60% low power consuming than any available grow light out there, and very power efficient and highly. This spectrum is fine tuned for tropical farms, tropical crops, in fact. And we have multiple recipes of these grow lights, and we also developed these grow lights where you can tune the spectrum. You can change the spectrum as per the requirement of the crop. Next, please. So using this technology, next please. Using this indoor technology, now we built a farm in Bahamas, Dubai, Qatar, Oman, and now we are building one farm in US, Dallas, US. And we are bringing more shapes, like, though if you want to export outside India. So we are the first Indian company and the only Indian company where we have, as I said, that end-to-end technology of this farming. And we are the first company to export this technology outside India, in fact, to the Western, the world. And we, as we are the complete, the technology developer, innovator. So let me tell you one issue with this, the one very basic fundamental problem we are trying to solve here. Always, farmer has been the end consumer for so many salespeople. Like, the tractor guy comes and says, "Oh, my tractor is having very good horsepower." So you buy it so that you can plow any kind of soils and then do a good farming. And then the seed company guy comes and says that this is an excellent variety, it gives a very high yielding and it can do that, this and all, and he sells his seed. Fertilizer guy comes and then he says his fertilizer is having so many specialities, and then you just buy it. So at the end of the day, the farmer buy these things from multiple people, and then he deploy it, but no one wants the the assurance of the yield. So when seed guy, when we get the low yield, when you ask the seed company, he says that, "No, you must have not put the right fertilizer. You must have not done the right plowing." The blame goes on to multiple places. This is also no different. In fact, this hydroponic farming today, in fact, globally, the biggest farms, very big farms which raised 600, 700 millions of dollars are announcing bankruptcy. It's primarily because they have to buy this technology from different vendors and create a farm for farming. No one takes the responsibility of the assured yields. How do we get the return on investment? It's a big challenge. This is the challenge we are taking on us. So when we build a farm, so whatever is assured is our responsibility, because every component which goes into the farm is coming from us. That is the solution, holistic solution we are trying to give here. Next, please. Yeah, this is come back. This is a farm in a container. So, a simple container with the fixed setups, and this container can be carried on a trolley anywhere, and it can be shipped by a ship anywhere, and just plug it and start they're doing their production with an assured, the production quantities. Again, this is important assurance what we are actually giving. These are all fully IoT monitored. Data can be monitored from our office, and every operations can be monitored from office, so that the assurances are assured. So with this technology, of course, a lot more to be done. We are actually future ready. We are actually solving the food security problems of few countries, in fact, island nations, where they cannot produce even a small leaf. They have to import everything from the neighboring nations. So now they are all like so alert. After this COVID, they want to secure their food production at least 20-30% of what their need. So it has to be produced in their countries. So they don't have traditional solutions. They have to use this kind of new modern smart solutions of farming and secure their future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sairam. That was very interesting. And the way that this technology is now being taken all across the world is very inspiring. And we hope to see more of these urban hydroponic farms all over the world now. So with this, we come to the last presentation on the Heartful Village initiatives, for which I invite Mr. Arjun Agrawal, founder Nano Fertilizers Private Limited, to lead us through a session on ultra nano urea innovations.
Thank you, sister. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Plasma, Samunnati, and Heartfulness for organizing something like this. Can I have the slides? So we have gone ahead and we have created nanonutrients as a form of fertilizers for the agrochemical industry. I myself come from a paper manufacturing background, and 4 years back, Daaji guided us to get into a space to create nanonutrients. And with a 4-year-old R&D, we've come out with a product called Nano Urea and Nano DAP. Nano Urea being at the forefront. These products aim to replace top-dressed requirements of bulk fertilizers, which I'll take you further. So these are 4 products that we are starting to deal with, starting from Amrit Ultra Nano Urea, which has 35% nitrogen in nanoform encapsulated. This 500 ml bottle can replace a 50 kg or a 45 kg bag of top-dressed urea. So what we do is we apply the product at a dilution of 5 ml per liter and spray it over a field. Same goes with Nano DAP. Nano DAP is a nano formulation of nano nitrogen and nano phosphorus with 8% nitrogen and 16% phosphorus. Third, we're dealing is seaweed extracts. These are normal seaweed extracts used as a biostimulant for the fertilizer industry. And fourth, we're trying to work on nano biochar, wherein we want to load these nanonutrients into biochar, it being an inert material. Next, please. So the whole concept of nano works in a way where we have urea and nitrogen in nano form, and we spray it over the leaves. It goes as a foliar application. And since it being so small, it is able to enter the stomata at quite an easy pace and acts as a slow release fertilizer. These are some advantages that nano urea has over conventional urea to start with. First is toxicity. I mean, with over usage of urea on the soils, there's a lot of toxic phytotoxicity effect that we are able to see in the last past years. With nano urea, since nothing goes into the soil, so there are no episodes of phytotoxicity. Second is supports soil health, sorry. So Amrit Ultra Nano Urea being a completely foliar application has no impact over soil, unlike conventional urea, which is 100% soil broadcast. Third is fossil friendly. So we all know conventional urea uses a lot of natural gas to synthesize itself to ammonia and then to make urea. Whereas with nano urea, we are not using any kind of natural gas or any fossil for that. Fourth is energy efficient. This fact came to me. 2.5% of world's electricity production goes into making and synthesizing urea. Whereas with nano urea, we are not even using a decimal of it. Logistic friendly, yeah. Half a liter bottle is any day more logistic friendly than a 50 kg bag. Product friendly. India imports close to 20% of its urea requirement annually, where the Indian government spends out a lot of forex in buying all this, whereas a nano urea is 100% indigenous solution to this. Saves government subsidies, yeah. India spends close to 2 lakh crore INR of fertilizer subsidy annually. Whereas with nano solutions coming in, this can totally save that money for the Indian government for the welfare of farmers and can be replaced efficiently with nano fertilizers. Next, please. Next. I mean, the environmental concern of using urea is that urea has a nature of leaching. So when urea broadcasted into the soil, leaches faster into the water table, then also release a lot of ammonia gas, which both can be a harmful impact for the environment and for health. Next. I mean, economic impact, as I already mentioned, nano urea, nano fertilizers can save a lot of money for the government, and subsidies, as I already mentioned to you. The conventional urea, when dosed into the soil through a soil broadcast application, only 30% of it actually reaches where it has to reach. So there is a lot of decrease in the nutrient use efficiency, whereas with nano fertilizers, since it's a foliar spray, it 100% gets absorbed into the leaves and acts. Next. I mean, the recommended dose of using nano fertilizers is 5 ml of nano fertilizer diluted with 1 liter of water and being sprayed. Next. We started the R&D facility 4 years back, and now we are going a step ahead and installing a commercial production facility in the state of Madhya Pradesh, which can produce 50 million bottles of nano urea, nano DAP, respectively. The Indian government is supporting nano fertilizers and the revolution for the sake of farmers. It's pushing it into the villages. I mean, these are some testimonials from the web links. These are the contact details. I'd love to answer if you have any questions in the future for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arjun. So with this series of very, very interesting sessions, which have spoken about some of the innovations that are happening in this field, which have been guided by the Heartfulness guide, Revered Daaji, and also these concepts of what can be done to make a complete village move towards a sustainable future, a green revolution, and also become strengthened from within with the heartfulness innovations, interventions that can be offered to the community. So with this, we come to the close of the first half of the day. We would like to inform everyone that we will have the lunch break now shortly. In a short while, we will break for lunch, post which we have organized a tour of the campus where all of these innovations that you have heard about, you would be able to see some part of those implemented here at Kanha. Before that, we have now a felicitation for all our distinguished speakers who have presented today, for which I invite Mr. Alfredo Zolesi, Founder and Chief Innovation Officer of Plasma Waters, and Mr. Robert Hart, to please come and felicitate the speakers for today. I invite Ms. Pragya Kalia to also please come to the dais. We request Mr. Sriram Raghavendran to please come up. Let us give a big round of applause. I'd like to now invite Mr. Saurabh Sindhe. He's the founder, CEO, Organic Microgreens. I'd like to invite Mr. Ramakrishna Mallela, Director, Heartfulness Education Trust. I invite Dr. Sairam Reddy, Founder, Urban Kisan. I invite Mr. Arjun Agrawal, Founder for Nano Urea. Thank you. So with this, we will now break for lunch. We'd like to inform all the FPOs also joining us. For the campus tour, we have organized 5 golf carts, some of which will have Hindi-speaking tour guides, and the other will have English-speaking tour guides. So you could join whichever golf cart you'd like. So हमारे साथ जो हिंदी भाषी जुड़े हैं हमारे डेलीगेट्स, उन्हें हम बताना चाहेंगे लंच के बाद हमने पूरे कैंपस के टूर के लिए 5 गोल्फ कार्ट्स ऑर्गेनाइज की हैं जो बिल्कुल यहाँ पर बाहर रहेंगी। तो उसमें से कुछ गोल्फ कार्ट में आपको बताने के लिए जो भी आप देखने जाएंगे हिंदी भाषी गाइड रहेंगे और बाकियों के साथ इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग भी रहेंगे। तो अभी से 1 घंटे के लिए हमारे पास लंच ब्रेक है जिसमें आप स्टॉल्स भी प्लीज विजिट कीजिएगा। सो वील नाउ ब्रेक फॉर लंच. And over lunch and after lunch, you could also please visit the stalls which have been set up right outside. So in 1 hour, we will meet at the entrance for the next part of the day, which is the Kanha campus tour. Thank you very much. And we hope you have a wonderful lunch, a fulfilling lunch. So once the campus tour is over, we will be offering you a short break, after which we will reassemble at 7:30 p.m. for dinner here at the same venue.